Continue down in Florida later today. The Bills made a smaller signing yesterday, adding punter Brad Robbins to the roster. Robbins was drafted in the 6th round by the Bengals in 2023. Bills head coach Sean McDermott made waves throughout the news yesterday morning at the AFC Coaches Breakfast, talking about his stance on the potential tush push ban. If you want to hear his comments, you can find that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. The tush push ban, along with other rule change proposals, will be voted on later today by all 32 teams. Cleveland Browns owner Jimmy Haslam said yesterday that the team won't force a quarterback with the 2nd overall pick. This comment coming after a comment earlier in the day when he said that the signing of Deshaun Watson was, quote, a big swing and a miss. The only 2 quarterbacks currently on the Browns roster are Watson, who is recovering from an Achilles injury in 2024, and Kenny Pickett, who the Browns acquired from the Philadelphia Eagles earlier in March for a 4th-round pick, and quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson. The Buffalo Sabres are back in action tonight in Ottawa, taking on the Senators for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Pregame starts at 6 with Shope and the Bulldog right here on WGR. Also back in action today, the Buffalo Bisons. They're down in Memphis at 7:45 for that first pitch. You can hear that on the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Mike Shope and the Bulldog.
I got a speeding ticket in the mail yesterday.
In the mail?
Yeah. I think I'm going to just ignore it.
It's Mike Shope.
Where was this?
Spain.
And the Bulldog.
I think if I just lay low, I think I'll get away with it.
Not mention it on the air?
Definitely don't want to talk about it on the air.
It's Mike Shope and the Bulldog.
I like the sound of this more and more as we go. I'm an outlaw.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, is this where I should, at the risk of my friendship, try on a good Bulldog impression here?
I'm technically in his seat. You would have to have the mic.
That's right. That's right. Gotcha. The weed.
That was going to be my Bulldog.
Josh Schmidt playing a Mike Shope and the Bulldog. Open to remind you guys that it is, in fact, April Fool's.
Yes, it is.
Which, you know how it goes. I thought I was driving in. Joe Beamer had a good explanation for April Fool's. He said, you'll wake up and you won't remember what day it is, and then you'll see something crazy and you're like, oh, that's right. Everybody's stupid today.
Yeah.
Everything stinks today. Everything is fake.
Pretty much.
Being a liar is rewarded. It's kind of like being on Twitter now. Like, just
it's a lot like that.
Yeah, it's a lot like that.
X.
But. Sure. Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Nate. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out this week. It is April Fool's Day.
Yes.
One of the first things, again, you do have to question everything. The first thing I saw was actually very disappointing. I saw someone suggest that that CBC accidentally leaked the new Bruins uniforms. And there's this video of someone making a Bruins uniform. So I watched this little video expecting...
No, you watched the whole thing?
Well, it's not that long.
Yeah. Okay,
it's like 15, expecting to see something ridiculous. And it's not a joke. It's just someone stitching a Bruins uniform. Like, oh, I guess that's not an April Fool's. Sometimes you're going to want to watch something hoping it is a joke, and then when it's not a joke, you don't get the payoff, and now everybody's mad.
Are those not just Happy Gilmore jerseys?
I guess they probably are, but
kind of look like
isn't that just a Bruins jersey?
Like an old-style Bruins jersey?
You could line up 37 consecutive Bruins jerseys. I'd be like, how am I supposed to tell the difference between any of them? One has a bear, one has a bee. What else do they... Well, sometimes they write Bruins on it. The NHL and their changing of uniforms with like, oh, wow, the stripe is so much thinner. That's clean. It's a new uniform, I guess. I'm ranting early. Hey, good morning.
I can tell you're not a fan of this day, April Fool's.
I mean, what are you supposed to do? Can I tell you the greatest April Fool joke ever pulled?
Yeah.
It was not really pulled on anyone but me when I was 12, when I lived in Auburn, New York. And
beautiful place.
The Auburn Doubledays were about to get a new stadium. I think I was about 12 in that neighborhood. There was a front page story in the Citizen that Auburn was going to get a dome for the stadium. Front page above the fold.
So
the Auburn Dome.
While all of us were merely adopted by the dome, you were born in dome conjecture.
Yes.
Wow.
From
a young age,
from
Jeremy.
Youth.
Yeah, from youth on, you've been a part of the debate.
Yeah, it was a formative experience for me. I can remember this April Fool's joke, front page of the paper.
Clearly, yeah.
The Auburn Dome, that never happened, of course. But they built the new Falcon Park, which was quite lovely, quite beautiful, which has been there now for forever. Hey, good morning. Happy Tuesday. It's cold. It's not
There's
nice.
Snow again.
Josh asked me when I got here, was there snow on your car?
Yeah, it was like pellets.
I had none.
Okay, I had pellets this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, that was how I would describe it. That's a good way.
Pellets?
Yeah.
Yep. But it was like just the windshield.
Yep.
All right.
Yep, just the windshield.
That's too bad, but
It is too bad, yeah.
whatever. It's April Fool's Day. Prepare yourself.
Today's the day to be extra vigilant on the spelling of Schefter. Please
Wow. Yes, that is huge.
be vigilant.
That is huge.
Remember, double check, click on that, that account. Don't let the numbers at the bottom of the screen fool you. We've all gotten got.
Yeah.
By a fake Shefty and or a fake Ian Rappaport. I think that today we just have to remember to be extra vigilant.
That's right. Schefter, Rappaport. Somebody in there has like an L in their name and people swap it into a 1.
Yep.
Yeah, and of course, you just purchase a blue check mark and LOL, you fooled America.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And, you take that on dates and you show people that and you show your friends that you did that, and they're all just very impressed. I sound way saltier than I want to, but whatever. And, I had something that slipped my mind right away I was going to get to about show up in Bulldog and swapping spots here, and I don't know. Who cares? Anyway, good morning. We'll have Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock today. Plenty to get to. Sal's doing this early, 6:30, because he's out of owners' meetings, and whatever the itinerary is, he's got to come on early. So Sal comes up next segment. I put up a Twitter poll about what is the biggest story at owners' meetings, and that is, of course, the Tush push, which they're voting on today.
They're voting on today. Doesn't it I guess just by nature of he's the one that's been talking about it. Is he now the face? He wasn't the one. The Green Bay Packers are the team that brought this to a vote. But Sean McDermott has taken over as the face of the anti-Tush push. And, you and I were talking about it off air. Like, he's kind of gotten caught up in the whataboutism of this play.
Yep.
When in reality, I think it's quite simple. He's making it more difficult or more complicated than it needs to be.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We've got a clip here. We're going to play it. We'll start and stop it and go through it because McDermott was front and center. Like you said, he's taken a lot more on this than McVay. The reporting was it was the Eagles GM and assistant GM and McDermott and McVay having an animated conversation. So I think McVay is on the side of banning it. Andy Reid appears to be on the side of banning it. Whatever. You've got multiple coaches, but it is McDermott that has gone front and center. I guess it's because he's on the competition committee, right? Okay. So he's in that room, and this all sounds like an episode of House of Cards or any other political drama or, actual political theater where you've got different factions, Nate, trying to convince, buddy, we should vote to ban this. Shouldn't we vote to ban this? The Eagles, of course, want to keep it. The Bills, they want it banned. But then the Bills are asked the question, well, why are you running it if it's so dangerous? Which is a totally fair question. We've got a clip from Zach Gelb on CBS Sports Radio, Infinity Sports Radio Network, about this, which I thought was fair. But first, McDermott, because I want to have McDermott here. He's the Bills head coach. He's out front and center. He's the one making all these points. And it is worth asking if he is doing it because he feels like this is what I kind of have to say about it versus what the real motivation is. So, Sean McDermott with the assorted media. Again, we're going to start and stop it here as we can. And it's not just the Buffalo media. This is, you can tell by the tone of some of these questions. You can tell there might be some Eagles media, and they're like, well, what are you doing? It's a little bit of gotcha or whatever. It's pointed. The questions are good, and the responses from McDermott, I don't think they don't have the answer. He doesn't have the answers to a lot of these questions. So let's get a little bit of McDermott here on this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel I think similar to how I felt at the combine. I've done, I've dove deeper into more of the data on it, and just thought more about it as well. And my position hasn't really changed at all. I feel where I'm most concerned is even though there's not significant data out there to this point, my biggest concern is the health and safety of the players, first and foremost.
All right, pause. Digging deeper into the data, there's not a lot of data. Like, okay, you've already kind of presented people with that's curious. And the follow-up questions start to come about this data and this fear of the injury.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you get in, it's two things. It's force, added force, number one, and then the posture of the players. Being asked to execute that type of play, that's where my concern comes in.
Do you think you'll continue to run the play if it remains and you have concerns about the safety? Do you think you'll continue to run it? Because I think you ran it quite a bit last year.
Do you think you'll continue to run the play?
Right, a form of it. So I think it's a loose term, really, in terms of what defines a tush push. So there's different forms of it out there. I know we are one of the teams that people identify that run it. That's fair. There's other teams as well. So we're gonna always act in a way that's best for the health and safety of the players, and I think that's the responsible way to go.
Sean,
is there actual health and safety data showing that there's any problem with it?
Asking more for the data.
Snaps specifically in Philadelphia. And how much more data do you need? Is it the hope that there's going to be injury and those would be opposed to it?
Well, number one, I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to get too deep into that situation there in terms of how much data, how much sample. I don't think that's really always the best way to go. I think is when you're looking at, there's other data out there that suggests when you're in a posture like we're talking about that can lead to serious injury, and I think being responsible and proactive in that regard is the right way to go.
All right,
John,
so
there's a lot of people.
Then Sal is asking him about his role on the competition committee. Like, all right, so there's McDermott breaking down why he's in favor of banning it, and will you continue to run it? Is right? If you think it's so dangerous, why are you running it? Why are you using it? Which is fine. He says a form of it, and I guess Nate, I'm reminded of once you learn a little bit about how courts work and how, like, the Supreme Court. If you want a law changed, you go to the Supreme Court, but you have to argue sometimes something over here that opens the door to get them to take the case, and then you get your ultimate result that you want. And it feels like the NFL's competition committee maybe has decided the way to open the door is to talk about player safety, and then once we all get in there, people that think, I don't know about safety, but it stinks, and I'm going to vote against it. And then you get it banned. Because would it not just work to say, we think the play stinks? We run it, but I don't think it's good for football. Can the competition committee flat out say, we don't like it? It looks lame. It's stupid. It's anticlimactic. People don't like it. I mean, some people do. Some people think it's just fine. But the Twitter poll I put up is, whether you are, and give us a call on this at 803-0550 real quick. We don't spend our whole day on the tush push, but it's maybe going to get voted on today. Whether you are for banning it or against banning it, you can still answer this question. What is the better argument for banning it? Is it this potential injury risk? Or is it, and I'll quote here, I think it's lame. What's the better argument? My argument is, I think it's lame. I think it's stupid. And a lot of the arguments for it don't hold up to the scrutiny of, well, you're not allowed to pull players forward. Why not? Why can't I pull players forward? I
could push them.
Do I have tons of data about injuries on that? Or does the NFL just say, like, we're not going to do that?
Yeah.
Why not? Can I lift a ball carrier up in the air over my head and carry him? I actually don't know if you can do that.
You're not allowed to lift and drop anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like, if Deion Dawkins wanted to put James Cook on his shoulders.
Oh, right.
And is that allowed? I don't know if that's allowed. Should it be allowed? Probably not. Probably not. These are a little bit, straw man arguments. But
like, why can an offensive lineman, when there's a fumble, advance the football when he grabs it?
That's soft. The fact that you can't advance it, that's soft.
I want to see more linemen with the ball in their hands.
Right. Should I just call everything that isn't allowed soft?
Yeah.
Because that's what people are doing with the tush push. Like, oh, you're soft because you're not. You want this banned. I think you just say it stinks. And
it's just not a good play.
And the NFL has gotten rid of things that are boring.
Yeah.
That the last 4 years have been, you know what, this is not good. It's not good for television. It's not good. The point after touchdown, kickoffs, these have gone through massive changes.
Yeah.
They added a 2-point conversion. Why? Was it safer? They did it for television and competition. And they did it because They want the product to be better. To me, that's good enough.
I might even say what's good enough is it was everybody agreed that this should be an illegal play before. In college football, everybody agreed the tush push is not a good play. It's banned. And then it kind of just, was there a specific moment where tush pushes are back? I don't really remember there being a big argument that they needed to be around in the first place. I don't really remember when the NFL and college football transitioned away from not allowing it. I think we just go back to how it was previously governed, which was everybody agreed this play kind of stinks.
You can't push people.
Yeah. I mean, and for me, again, this one hits close to home for me. I mean, when this happened to Notre Dame, 15 years ago against USC, in the most important moment of the game, everyone's like, wait, can you do this? We thought this wasn't allowed. And then there was a whole thing after that about this is not a legal play. And here we are talking about how it should be a legal play. I don't know. I don't know how we got to this point.
We got here by the Eagles just using it relentlessly and being very good at it, which is, to me, another conversation about this. Well, you just want to ban a play because somebody got good at it. If you don't like it, stop it. That doesn't hold up.
Yeah.
Did
you hear Mike Vrabel's argument?
No.
Mike Vrabel's argument was, so plays are hard to defend, so we're just going to ban them. You know what? I don't really like defending Lamar Jackson as a runner, so we should just ban Lamar Jackson running the football.
Okay.
What an insane comparison that is.
Right. That's pretty tough. That's pretty tough.
That's an NFL coach throwing out that reasoning, which I'm just like, I don't really understand how that's relevant.
If a play, in fact, became unstoppable, it would immediately be illegal.
Yeah.
It's just the Eagles that did this. If every NFL team was able to now convert 3rd and 1, every single team, 3rd and 1, it would be illegal in 5 minutes. It's supposed to be 10 yards, guys. If you found a loophole, we're getting rid of this. Things that are discovered along the way become illegal quickly. This is not shocking. It's not.
And can we talk to, this doesn't necessarily fit the same criteria, but what it is it sort of takes the nature of what the rules are, and we're fine. The tush push is a loophole. It's like I'm watching this stuff in Major League Baseball right now with the loophole they're using with this torpedo bat. And, literally, Ellie, the young kid from the Reds.
Ellie De La Cruz
picks up a torpedo bat yesterday, has 2 home runs and 7 RBIs. Major League Baseball's like, well, we're just going to sit back and we'll let you guys figure this out on your own.
Right, wait until he has 30 home runs at the All-Star break.
The nature of the rule says smooth, meaning again, it's a loophole in the wording of the rule.
Mm-hmm.
And Major League Baseball isn't seemingly interested in coming in and redefining it or at least putting definition to it. It's almost the same thing where it's, a loophole that no one has ever really tried to push the barrier on until now. I think we all can agree there is some level, if not a significant level, of effect on the game, and Major League Baseball is deciding not really to address it, which I think is a mistake for or against. They haven't really come out on any position on it. And for the NFL, it seems like this conversation is gaining steam because it's the owners' meetings, it's the offseason. If this doesn't pass and it just continues to be illegal play,
we'll talk about it next year.
We'll talk about it next year and the year after that. So, I think the inevitability of this being banned, to me, I think is a certainty. It's just, is it going to happen now? I think this is the first time there's real momentum towards it.
Yeah, it's the first time it's going to make it out of the competition committee.
But I still think likely that it doesn't get overturned.
Trying to think of some of the other things that have come and gone. Like what came about and was made illegal. Because the NFL...
Pass interference, reviews on pass interference. Remember that came in for 1 year?
They brought it in for a year, and then they got rid of it.
Yep.
There's also the play where you can hold every single receiver until the clock runs out.
Yes. They made that like a delay of game penalty, right?
Didn't they change that where the time goes back on the clock?
Yes.
Why'd they do that? Are they soft?
Or it's an untimed play. Or something like that, yeah.
Because, that's what the Ravens have done that. The Seahawks used to do that. Hey, hold on every play until the clock runs out, and then when they get a defensive penalty, they need a Hail Mary. I absolutely appreciate exploitation of the rules. That's the job. You're a coach, you're a player, you should find those loopholes. You should dig for them all the time. I mean, you could go not that far of a leap. The changing of the lottery odds in the NHL. For people that don't really remember the arc of that, it did not change right after the Sabres tanked. There was a change well before that. It used to be that there was no lottery. Then they decided, well, that's not okay. Let's put a lottery in. And back as recently as when the Avalanche got McKinnon, it used to be that the team with the number one odds had like a 50 or 40% chance to win that pick. You had a big chance to win number one. Then they rearranged the lottery odds because they thought, well, that's not good enough. The NBA. Look what the NBA did with their lottery odds. Why are any of these leagues ever changing the rules? Whether you agree or disagree, they're doing it because they think, like, we have an inequity here. And if there's an inequity, all these leagues, in American sports for the most part, are designed for, we want teams to stay close. We want teams to continue to succeed. We want fans to buy in. And I know, like, I'm not making the tush push something that keeps the Eagles good and keeps the Giants bad. That's not what this is. But inequities are the number one thing that these competition committees are going to look for, something that doesn't seem right. It used to be you could tackle a quarterback around the knees. Then they decided you can't do that anymore. Used to be you could smash a quarterback in the head. Now you can't do that anymore.
Used to be you could make contact with the quarterback at all.
Right.
Now you can't do that.
That's right. And you might not like every one of these changes. I fully get that. But what is it about? It's about keeping the best players on the field, keeping the product as good as it could be. And again, to me, the easiest answer to this is just, well, remember when it used to be illegal to push the quarterback? It's illegal to push the quarterback again. And you can still do the play, and you can still smash the big guys. But McDermott is, again, back to McDermott, I think he's just getting himself into trouble because he's arguing a side of this that doesn't move people. What moves people is that it's dumb, that it stinks, that it's not fun to watch. Unless, of course, you're a Jalen Hurts fantasy owner, in which case you do like this play quite a bit.
I think you feel the same way, generally speaking, about Josh Allen. But I think both players, I also think that it's maybe a little overstated how much the play is truly affected by the push. It's definitely affected. I bet you that if they ban this play and quarterback sneaks, they'll continue to happen on 3rd and short and 4th and short. If the percentage moves 5%, would that surprise you in the other direction?
You mean
how
think it'll be successful more? Or how often it happens?
No. I think let's put a side by side. Let's just say in 2025, the same amount of quarterback sneaks are done as 2024, but there's no tush push. What percentage difference of success rate do you think there would be?
I think you would drop from like 99 to 94. Right. Yeah.
So in this, I'm almost making the argument of why are we even having the argument in the first place? Which I just want to be clear, I'm on the side of I think that they should ban the play. But I also don't know that it's really a dramatic difference maker one way or another. Tom Brady, like you said, he went 59 to 60?
Yeah, a million in a row. He was
right.
803-0550. Get some comments. We have some responses on Twitter. Sal's going to join us next segment as well. 70% on the Twitter poll early say the best argument against it, the better argument against the tush push, is that it stinks. 30% say the injury risk. There's, of course, Jason Kelsey's comments on this. He's someone that openly hates the play, says it's not fun to run. A couple comments in Twitter. You know, Kelsey says he's going to have neck issues for the rest of his life. Sure, offensive linemen probably don't like it. I don't know if quarterback. I don't know who likes it. But and I wonder if there's a point in there. Are McDermott's players saying, we don't like this play, and if you get this thing banned, it'd be great? Are Nick Sirianni's players not saying that? Right?
Yeah.
You have some coaches, some players that have opinions, because it almost feels like, again, the fear of being called soft. Everybody wants to call people soft so they can feel pretty hard. You got an offensive lineman that says, like, I hate this play. I don't want this play run. If they made it illegal, that'd be great. It'd be better for me. My life would improve. Are you not allowed to say that? You know, a defensive lineman certainly can't say it, because then that guy's not tough enough. Why don't you just get better at it, is what the response is all the time. So it is interesting. And apparently they're going to vote on it on April Fool's Day. All right. 803-0550, our phone number. Sal from owners' meetings. I texted Sal yesterday for clarification on a Bills business issue, and he immediately got it. And he'll tell you what that is. So maybe you've seen that teams are able to claim international markets. So, for instance, the Chargers have claimed Greece. I know, right? And there's countries all over the place where teams can claim that market as their own. And the Bills, curiously, are not listed anywhere. And that includes Canada. The Cardinals, the Lions, the Vikings, the Seahawks are on Canada. I've got the Saints claiming France. I've got...
That makes sense.
The Eagles have claimed Ghana. The Rams have claimed South Korea. Like, you've got this international program. The Bills have not claimed any market. And I said, Sal's down there to owners' meetings. Everybody that would answer our questions down there. He said, I'll find out for you. And he found out. And the answer makes total sense. And we'll get you that on the other side. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe. Sal from owners' meetings when we return on that little business issue. And McDermott kind of in the crosshairs here as we roll through this Tuesday morning here on WGR.
Never miss a second of Shope and the Bulldog. Rewind up to 24 hours with Odyssey Rewind. Just download the Odyssey app and select WGR. You can even share your rewind moments with friends. Brought to you by Arthur Pressman, your DWI and traffic attorney.
That's a stellar job. Wondering how you can tell if your roof is stellar? Look for durability, proper
When something happens to your car,
Meetings continue later in Florida today. Bills made a small signing yesterday, adding Brad Robbins to the roster, a punter. He was drafted in the 6th round by the Bengals in 2023. Bills head coach Sean McDermott made some waves through the news yesterday morning at the AFC Coaches Breakfast, talking about his stance on the potential Tush push ban. If you want to hear his comments, you can find that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. The Tush push ban, along with other rule change proposals, will be voted on later today by all 32 teams. Cleveland Browns owner Jimmy Haslam said the team is not committed to quarterback at 2nd overall this year. The comment coming after earlier in the day when he said that the signing of Deshaun Watson was, quote, a big swing and a miss. Only 2 quarterbacks currently on the Browns roster. That's Watson, who has an Achilles injury, and Kenny Pickett, who the Browns acquired from the Eagles earlier in March. The Buffalo Sabres are back in action tonight in Ottawa, taking on the Senators at 7 o'clock. Pre-game will start at 6 with Show Up in the Bulldog right here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year. It's Sal Capaccio.
Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio. Sal Capaccio.
On WGR.
Checking in with Sal Capaccio live from the NFL owners meetings, coverage of owners meetings, live from West Palm Beach, Florida with Sal, brought to you by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Visit windownation.com. Sal, up bright and early. Boy, you're on vacation. Yeah, you're working. You're working, I know. But it feels like vacation to me, Sal, because it's nice where you are.
I know.
Any better results on the mini golf course? I saw you and Bove got taken.
Man.
I saw you got taken.
Yeah. By the way, Sal, I was talking to Skursky yesterday. He said he made quick work of you guys.
Oh, boy.
They were up pretty quick on us. It was we had never been to a pop stroke. You ever heard of pop stroke?
I have heard of it. How does it work?
It's a lot like it's like Top Golf, but it's not actually driving the ball. It's a mini putt-putt course. They have 2 18-hole courses, and they're all like a little more challenging than your normal putt-putt. But in the meantime, it's incredible. A bar and a restaurant right there, and it's really, and you could literally just. You can order a drink while you're on the course. They'll bring it to you. And then they have games for the kids, ping pong and cornhole and everything going on. TVs everywhere, watch games. It's pretty awesome. Anyway, Matt Bove and myself, it's always game day Buffalo crew, took on Jay Skursky and Matt Perino. Yeah, they were up pretty good on us, and we couldn't come back. So they made sure to let the world know.
I want you to do us a favor. Tell your partner, Matt Bove, send Jeremy and I an email. We can get him better equipped and better swagged up on the golf course. Steven Skursky was giving shots. They lost when you guys walked up to the first green because, Bove,
style matters.
Style matters. You got to tell Bove style matters.
Yeah, I know. I think he came a little bit more from work, so it's okay. We'll give him a pass this time.
Also, in his defense, he's better than both of us. So,
yes, he is.
We got to take our shots where we can.
He's an actually good golfer, so you got to take your shots.
Yes,
Sal,
you're right.
The big, plenty going on at owners' meetings today. We'll catch up on this. I wonder your take on McDermott here, who has become the torchbearer, right, for banning the tush push. I'm seeing comments from Sean McVay. He's against it. I got Andy Reid suggesting it. The voting might come. But McDermott yesterday got himself into a big-time back and forth with reporters that came with pointed questions, fair questions. I wonder your thoughts on McDermott's role here as part of the competition committee and in this conversation as one of the main players.
Yeah, I was right next to Sean when that was going on, and I think a lot of it was in response to the article from the night before saying that he was in an animated conversation with a couple other coaches in a hallway. McVay was there. Howie Roseman of the Eagles was there. Sean kind of pushed back on that wording. I've since learned that it wasn't like anything contentious. It was definitely people being, giving their opinion, though, to one another, what they felt about it. In the meantime, you're right. This has kind of put Sean at the forefront of all these coaches of the coach who wants to ban this, although there are other coaches who believe this. Now, when we say owners are voting, the owners take their cues from what the GMs and the coaches want. They'll say, what do you guys think about this and how you feel? But in the meantime, let's remember, Sean McDermott is on the competition committee. What I find fascinating is his team is really great at this, but yet he still wants it banned. And I asked him, how does he separate that? He said because his job on the competition committee is to do what's best for the league, not what's best for the Buffalo Bills. That's what he's trying to do here. So, yeah, I think that sorry, guys, there's a cart rolling by me, and they're on the sidewalk. I can hear it. So, anyway, that's why he believes that. Now, listen, I think that the main issue that people are taking with Sean is him saying about injuries. And there's no actual data to back up injuries. For Sean, to me, it's more anecdotal injuries. It's not just the quarterback. It's the offensive line. It's the defensive line. If you listen to him describe what's happening on that play, I think he believes it's taking too much of a toll on everyone the way the play is allowed to happen. I believe that is where he is coming from.
He also said a version of the play, Sal. Do you know anything? Yeah. Can you boil that down, how the Bills is a little bit maybe different? Because I thought a very fair question was, if you think it's so dangerous, why do you run it?
Well, he wouldn't get into specifics. The only thing I can think of is when the Bills run it, they kind of move left, and then Josh goes forward, right? You have to remember the wording is immediately after the snap, pushing someone. Is there something in there that's a little nuanced, right? So there's a lot of things and ways that you can kind of look at this and see how people are trying to interpret it, and he said that they've talked about it that way. Now, the other part of this is, and Jeremy, you brought this up yesterday, I think, which is a great point, and I agree. Like, you don't have to tush push to be great at a quarterback sneak. I think the Bills would be great at it anyway, and they always were with Josh Allen, even before they were pushing him from behind. And Jalen Hurts could be great at it. Heck, Tom Brady, as you brought up yesterday, he was great at the quarterback sneak for many years. No one's asking to ban the actual quarterback sneak, and I think Sean's position is, hey, you can still quarterback sneak, and if you're good enough, you'll get the yard. Why are we doing it like this when it's a little more dangerous? Now, for anybody, again, who says, well, where's the danger? Where's the injury data? I will tell you, the last week before I left to come down here, I heard Deion Dawkins on the radio with Colin Cowherd. And Colin Cowherd asked Deion Dawkins about the tush push. Deion Dawkins really spoke about how it took a toll on his body doing this. He said, you have defensive linemen diving at your legs and tangling you up, and you have offensive linemen getting really low and pushing and people piling on top. And then I thought about Sean's comments yesterday, and I don't think Sean's just talking about the quarterback. Yeah. I think he's talking about the offensive line and the defensive line guys and what they have to do and how this is stress on everybody. I think that's where he's coming from.
And the vote is, how does the procedural stuff on this work, Sal?
Well, they'll be in the room debating a little bit more today, and I think that they take a bit of a vote to see if there's a reason to actually vote, like that kind of thing. Like, hey, is there enough support to actually put this to a vote? And then they say yes, and then because sometimes it dies right there. Sometimes we hear about things that they never actually took it to an actual formal vote, right? If you do get it to a formal vote, it's 75% of the owners. That's 24 of 32 owners have to approve it.
Okay. Sal Capaccio live from NFL owners meetings as we dig into some of the big-time topics talked about here, the tush push, among other things. Sal, I went to the break teasing a thing that I texted you last night. Can you find out some info for me? The NFL has their international programs. This is more than just playing overseas, where teams can claim countries as areas to market. And this is all the way to, I mentioned the Chargers or the Rams. The Rams have South Korea. The Chargers have Greece. Teams can claim a market as something they want to try to get into to grow the game globally. And the Bills are not listed in any country. That includes Canada, something I found to be curious. Like, why wouldn't the Bills claim Canada? Of course. And you got the answer, and I found it to be interesting. So run through exactly what it is and how it lines up for the Bills from a business standpoint.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think a lot of people wondering. I've wondered over the years myself. So found out yesterday the answer to this question, which is really interesting and makes sense. Basically how it works is every team has what they call an HMA. That is a home market area of a 75-mile radius of where their home market is. Now, I'm not really specific on if it's Buffalo or Orchard Park for the Bills, right? But it's 75 miles. I would say Buffalo. Let's just say that. 75-mile radius. Everything within that 75-mile radius is considered the Bills' home market area. So any marketing they do within that 75-mile radius, they keep exclusive rights and all the revenue to all of the marketing that happens. Well, Toronto is actually in that 75-mile radius. So any market, the Bills, first of all, have exclusive and first rights and exclusive rights, I guess. I don't know how you want to say it. Not that they don't sell other things in Toronto. But basically what happens is they get to keep all of their marketing revenue in Toronto and all the other 75-mile radius. Once you apply for a global program and to be a team in one of these international countries, yes, you would be the first team to kind of enter into that country and have priority marketing, but you now must split your revenue 32 ways because the NFL is all about sharing. So if you think about it, the Bills, if they were to do that, they would actually have to give up their marketing revenue in 32 ways, whereas opposed to right now, they're getting to keep all that marketing revenue from Toronto. However, I do think that down the road that will be examined because of where they are in proximity and what's happening with all this international stuff. But that's the basic gist of it. It's really just, to me, and I had a conversation with somebody last night and I explained it this way, and they said that's a great way to look at it. To me, it's like TV rights, guys, right? TV rights in baseball, you have your home market, you can sell what you want, you keep it. You can't do that in football. You have to split everything 32 ways regardless. Same thing here. 75-mile radius, you get to keep everything. That includes Toronto. If the Bills were to become the global team for Canada, they would then have to split all of their revenue even into Toronto 32 ways up in Canada.
Okay. Makes sense, right? Like the NFL wants to grow like this, of course, and for the Bills, Toronto is, a big part of what they do. It is curious that like the other teams with Canada, maybe they're not as deeply invested in Canada or feel that they don't have the same relationship that the Bills do. I would think that Detroit would think that, but Detroit and Seattle and Minnesota, those are the other three teams. Arizona also has Canada, by the way. So interesting, the Bills make that decision while the other teams make that one. Sal, on the docket for today, what's the schedule for today from owners' meetings?
Yeah, so today we have the NFC Coaches Breakfast. It's one of the reasons I'm here a little early again this morning, guys, because they'll get going in the 7 a.m. hour, 7:30 to 7:45. They'll start showing up, so I want to be there for that. And then after that, the competition committee will start to convene, and we'll get some votes, and then we expect to hear from Roger Goodell later today as well.
Okay, very good. Sal Capaccio live.
We also have the Bills will also we know that. I will tell you, speaking from Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, they will not vote for, I don't believe, the proposals that would eliminate an automatic first down for defensive holding and illegal contact. Both of them kind of indicated that. And they won't vote for reseeding the playoffs based on record. McDermott said yesterday he believes that, winning your division, you should get a home game. So I don't believe they will vote for either of those proposals.
Okay. I wouldn't expect either of those to pass, especially the automatic first down one. Like, that's so fundamental to how the game actually works. Do you get the sense there's I don't know, Sal, the home team getting a playoff game lock-in for the divisions, that, again, is also like a major... It feels like a big change if they were to change it. I saw Tomlin's quotes on that. I'd be surprised if that got changed anytime soon. That might have to be a slow burn that kind of gets anybody there.
100%. Yeah, I think there's. Yes, it does happen. Almost every year it happens, I guess, in one capacity or another. But I think coaches feel like, hey, you play your division teams twice a year. You go through a gauntlet in your division. You win it, you should have a reward, and there's only 4 of those prized possessions winning the division, and that reward should be a home game. So I think that's where most of them are coming from, which is the division should be respected and honored that you win it, and that's what your reward is.
Yep. All right, Sal Capaccio live from West Palm Beach. Coverage to the NFL owners' meetings brought to you by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Visit windownation.com. Sal, thank you very much.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
All right. Pop Shot. I'm at the website. I've not been to a Pop Shot.
So I was down in Myrtle last year with our big group. It was like the second to last day of a very long trip. It was a week after 100 holes. And it was like, hey, we're going to go to, what is it? Pop Shot. Pop Stroke. And I was like, guys, listen, you guys have fun. I need to go lay down. Like I'm tired. So I didn't get to go, but I've heard great things.
Yeah.
Growing the game.
Growing the
game.
803-0550, our phone number. It is April Fool's Day. Be ready. Be prepared. We will not be pulling any pranks.
Nope.
I mean, Josh.
And that's not a prank telling you we're not going to pull pranks.
Josh did play the Show Up in the Bulldog Open. Past that, that's not my game. I'm not doing that.
I leave it to the professionals.
Yes.
In this field, I'm an amateur.
803-0550, our phone number on the Tush Push vote, which could happen today. I'm reading an article. It really is like reading an article from Capitol Hill. The Eagles need 8 teams to align with them to get this thing kept, and it looks like they've got allies in Indianapolis and Detroit and Tennessee.
I wonder why Indianapolis is. Right. Question for you, though, and this is, I think, a good question in general, is the people talking about this, the coaches, people in the competition, they're not the ones voting. It's the owners. I wonder, is the owner agreeing automatically with the coach? So is Robert Kraft, who I think I mentioned to you last hour, or when we started the show, that Vrabel basically said he doesn't think you should be banning plays that are hard to defend. Just learn to defend them.
Yep.
So I would assume that means Robert Kraft is a no. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right. Would he split with his coach? 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Lindy Ruff, 8 o'clock, plenty to get to. Some Bills draft chatter, targets, and all that good stuff. We're getting closer and closer. Happy April Fool's Day. We'll get through it together. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe here on WGR.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed Studios.
Hey, good morning. Happy April Fools. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in. Joe's out this week. Sabres play Ottawa tonight. If you want that. Sabres play Ottawa. Lindy Ruff joins us coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour for our normal 8 o'clock segment. The race in the East, man. Montreal in the spot right now with 77 points in 73 games. It'll be a low 8 team that gets in. Ottawa is like clinched.
You know, one of these years, I can't wait to just say, man, thank God they didn't have a 13-game losing streak.
Well, I mean,
I'm looking forward to that being a primary motivator to, hey, if we just don't lose 13.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that.
You know, if. There's a lot of ifs out there.
Yeah.
Anyway, Sabres in Ottawa tonight. That'll be in Ottawa, though. So a Dylan Cousins reunion again, this time in Ottawa. So that's a 7 o'clock game tonight. You can hear the game here on WGR. Ovechkin's chase continues.
I just wish he was going to do it this year. I know Joe's been big on he wants to make it the coming out party next year, but
they play in Boston tonight. Carolina, Chicago after that.
He's got a hat trick in him.
Yeah, maybe. It is April Fool's Day. It is kind of funny to think. The YouTube chat's going on a lot about the torpedo bats. And if the torpedo bat made its debut today, the moment the player in baseball walked to the batter's box with a torpedo bat, you'd be like, oh, I get it. An April Fool's joke. No, it's really my bat. What? Oh, yeah, the Yankees are using these bats. These are real now. You sure? Right. April Fools.
April Fools. Yeah.
Speaking of which, Diggs got traded like a year and 2 days from now. Because I remember when the Diggs got traded thing came down, we were in a meeting down the hall, and someone texted me. I'm like, it's probably an old April Fool's joke.
An old April Fool's joke?
I thought it was somebody finding a fake Schefter account
Okay.
from 2 days before, and it started to go, like, that can't be, that's, was he traded, April 3rd? April 2nd? It was right after April Fool's Day because I thought it was a joke. But here we are. All right, 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. When we return, had a draft analyst with Mike Shope yesterday with some interesting comments about Keon Coleman. And I have a let's get stupid for everybody. Let's get really stupid here. Let's see how stupid Brandon Beane can get in the crazy kind of way. It's April Fool's. Anything's on the table, right? Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe here on WGR.
More of Jeremy and Joe coming up. update.
Good morning. NFL owners' meetings continue down in Florida today. Bills head coach Sean McDermott making waves through the news yesterday at the AFC Coaches Breakfast, talking about his stance on the potential Tush push ban. If you want to hear his comments, you can find that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills did make a small signing yesterday, adding punter Brad Robbins to the roster. Robbins was drafted in the 6th round by the Bengals in 2023. The Tush push ban, along with other rule change proposals, will be voted on later today by all 32 teams. The NFL did announce yesterday that it will be making a slight change to when they notify teams that will be flexed into the Thursday Night Football time slot. The league previously would notify teams 28 days prior to the game that their game would be moved, but now the league has shortened that period to 21 days. Cleveland Browns owner Jimmy Haslam said that the team won't force a quarterback with the 2nd overall pick. This comment coming after a comment earlier in the day yesterday where he said the signing of Deshaun Watson has been a big swing and a miss. The only 2 quarterbacks currently on the Browns roster are Watson, who is still recovering from an Achilles injury in 2024, and Kenny Pickett, who the Browns acquired from the Philadelphia Eagles earlier in March for a 4th-round pick, and quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson. The Buffalo Sabres back in action tonight in Ottawa, taking on the Senators for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Pregame will start at 6 with Chopin the Bulldog right here on WGR. And the Buffalo Bisons in Memphis this week for a series against the Redbirds. First pitch is tonight at 7:45. You can hear that on our sister station, the Bet 1520. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Well, Coach, don't you run the tush push a lot? So if you're so concerned about the force and posture of your players and the data, which there has never been an injury caused from the tush push, is so concerning to you that you think it needs to be banned, then why do you run it? He just sounds lost. You're not making, I don't even know what he's trying to say. It's almost that Sean McDermott just knows that he's got, right? It would almost be like if Sean McDermott was a parent and you tell your kid, hey, don't drink soda, right? Soda's bad for you. Soda's unhealthy for you. We don't want you drinking soda. This is what Sean McDermott's basically saying to his kid. But then he walks in with a gallon of Diet Coke and a liter of Diet Coke. That's pretty much what he's doing right now.
That's Zach Gelb, Infinity Sports Network, and that is probably right. Right? That's fair. That's not. He's not wrong to say that, because the Bills do run it.
They do
a lot. I tend to think that the Bills wanting it banned, despite having it as a successful play, gives them credibility.
That's what I think.
However, the part about injury being a fear, well, then why do you run it?
Yeah,
is fair.
Yep.
So McDermott is a central figure this week because of his stance on the tush push, which we expect to get a vote on today. And again, maybe it's illegal by the end of the day. I hope so.
Could be.
I hope so. I have a Twitter poll up. You can vote in. You can give us a call on this as well. Does the injury risk point really hit with anybody, or are we allowed to just? I guess McDermott maybe doesn't feel comfortable saying, I think it's lame. Because if you said, I think it's lame, and then someone came to you and said, well, why do you run it? Well, because it works.
Right.
Because it works. We're good at it. And we could do it all day till the cows come home, but I don't think we should. I don't think it should be a play in our playbook anymore. But we're going to, you offer me a free yard, I'm going to take it. So we'll see what that comes to today. Jeremy and Nate, good morning. Happy April Fool's Day. Josh played the wrong open. He also had a loved one get him.
Yeah, he got
for the 2nd year in a row. My girlfriend put salt in my coffee for the 2nd year in a row. I don't know how I didn't get it this year, but yeah.
So next year, no shot. She gets you.
No way. I'll just go buy a coffee from a local place, and if that has salt in it, then I'm scared.
So is salt in the coffee 2 years in a row? That's the same. It's the same.
Well, see, last year
she's a one-trick pony.
Well, no, she's very good at pranks. Lots of pranks.
Get you all the time?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. This day is I'm on my toes all day long on this day. But last year, I used to put salt or sugar in my coffee, and she replaced the sugar with the salt. This year, though, I stopped putting sugar in my coffee like a few months ago. I don't know, I just wanted to stop putting sugar in my coffee. And then I figured, today I'll be safe. I'll be fine. She must have just put it in the cup. And then, I went to just go put it under the coffee machine and walked out the door, not thinking anything about it. And here we are.
To preload your mug with salt?
Yeah.
I mean, that's next level.
There was also
tip of the cap there really.
There was also a like a bubble wrap thing under the doormat outside of our door that I stepped on this morning.
Jeez,
I was awake at 4:30.
Like shots fired. What are you thinking?
I had no idea. I was like, whoa, like all right, I'm awake now. This is great. But yeah.
So you take your first sip of coffee. There's salt in it, and you think, now you've got to.
The day has begun, and this is before 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Right, that was at like 6:15, I think it was.
It feels like the pranks will only get more severe. I mean, if that's what you're starting the day with, what happens when you go home?
It kind of depends. Like last year, there really wasn't anything much when I got home. It was more so like
you cowering in fear.
Yeah,
is not the fear of pranking maybe more electric than the actual act of pranking itself?
It's like an enforcer in hockey. You got to know that it's there.
It's there.
Today, you know that it's there. And if you prank somebody today, you got to know like it's coming back for you. We're going to come after your captain.
Do you have something in store for her, or is this just a?
Yeah, I do. I don't want to release the information in case she's listening, but yes, there are plans in the works. But I will say though, I'm a little nervous because like when I went into one of the drawers this morning and all the silverware was gone. So like, I'm a little scared to see what's going to happen. When
I'm just saying. At some point, we're going to prank to emotional abuse. It's just there's just a line.
Listen, it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, it's just
it's all out of love.
Hey, I just want to eat some cereal.
Right?
Use your hands.
Good luck.
No, it's all in good fun.
That's good. That's good. April Fool's has your fake news element of it, and then your
playful
pranks.
Yeah.
I was listening on the way in, again, on BEN, they mentioned that last year a couple companies claimed to change their name. Burger King claimed to have Whopper-flavored toothpaste coming out. You have stupid things like that. That's fine. What's the go-to innocent, it's funny, the person probably can't get mad prank? Because my answer for that, I always like these. This is an old kind of sink setup, but the sinks that used to have the little jet next to it, where you could squeeze it to water.
Yep.
A little rubber band around that.
So you turn the sink on
and it
immediately.
Just sprays you.
Yeah.
To me, that's very tame.
Sure.
Very tame. Who can get that mad? Like I got a little water on me.
The last time I was April Fool's prank was in college. And a couple of guys on the football team went around to some of the houses around Buff State and put sticky note, like Post-it notes, all over my vehicle. So when I walked out in the morning to go to work,
a vehicle full of Post-it notes?
You couldn't see my vehicle. It was completely covered, front to back, up to down, all. So that was, I was pretty good. But in the moment, I was not particularly amused.
How much time did it take to get them off?
Quite a bit.
Did you go to car wash or just by hand?
By hand.
Yeah. All right, well, hey.
I got the windows cleared, and then I was late for. I drove with a lot of sticky notes on my car.
Trying to think, don't we all have a prank that whether it's
it's like a go-to,
your spouse or your friend, you could pull this prank. You know exactly what would set this person off. Like, do I want to choose violence today? Do I want to go for this?
That's where you get to the escalation part of it, where it's like you start off with something tame and they get you back, and then you just keep building up and building up.
I wonder, could you later today, 6 p.m., strike? Because once you get later in the day, you might let your guard down.
I think there's a very good chance that like post-work day, you've just assumed the worst is over.
Yeah, what could happen here?
Right.
It's over. We're on to Cincinnati.
We're on to
April 2nd.
Yeah, we're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah. 803-0550. Joe in North Tonawanda has a call. Then we've got a Let's Get Stupid that, let's find out how bold we want to get. Joe, good morning.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Morning. This is years ago. Lottery drawing was on a Tuesday night. Wednesday morning, my boss went and bought lottery tickets for the next drawing with the winning numbers from Tuesday night. Came into work, asked this lady that we worked with, "Here, check my numbers, see if I won." She goes, "Oh my God, he won!" And this lady was super like church lady. So me and my other buddy goes, "Let's not tell him he won. Tell him he lost. You threw the ticket out. We'll say one of us won, and we'll split the money." And she's like, "This is like church lady," and she goes, "No, we can't do that." My buddy goes, "It's $12 million. That's $4 million each." She goes, "Well, maybe."
Oh my God.
So it was just funny because he got her thinking he won, but then we got her thinking, "Hey, maybe I will throw him under the bus."
Wow. Thanks, Joe. I usually, as a rule, think the fake lottery, fake scratch-off thing is flat out mean.
It is definitely mean.
And you shouldn't do it. But to turn the prank on the person and say, what if we don't tell them and we just pocket $4 million? That's tough. When you find out a person would have done that to you, what do? How do you come back from that? You were prepared to steal $4 million in lottery from me? Ha ha ha! Good one.
Ha ha ha!
I mean, you're fired. No.
Oh God!
Don't tell him he won. We'll just take the money. $12 million. That would be on the news. No.
Yeah, that'd be on the news. Yeah, you'd get a big check.
Wow. Thanks, Joe. It's a good story.
My cousins did that to my grandfather when I was younger.
The fake lottery?
But they taped it, and then, like because my grandfather played like the lottery every day.
Mm-hmm.
So they taped it. We were there for Easter, and hey, Gramps, the news is on. We're gonna watch the lottery. Get the tickets. So everyone's like, oh, and my grandfather's looking at it, and then he walked away. Didn't say anything to anybody. Mm-hmm. And my cousin, that was when my cousins knew they got him really good, was when he didn't celebrate. He immediately left the room, walked out like he needed to compose himself and didn't want to tell anybody what happened. I'm young. My cousins are older. I'm the young cousin. I felt bad for my grandfather.
Yeah,
he got. Emotionally. That, what you're talking about when you said the slippery slope between a prank and emotional abuse?
Yeah. I don't support
That's tough.
The fake lottery.
I think it's a bridge too far.
Yeah. 803-0550. Have not seen any obvious prank stories today from the brands or anything like that.
Maybe we're just, as a society, we're just getting soft. Maybe we're just, we're about to disband the Tush Push and on today of all days.
Right.
Maybe pranks are dying.
It's tough to believe stuff today, but hey, we'll keep you as informed as we can.
Having said that,
speaking of pranks, let's get stupid.
Oh God,
we got an idea here. Let's do it. Nate, you've been here for Let's Get Stupid, right?
Yeah, I have.
Let's get stupid.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Listen, I'm not sure if this is the best segment we do or the worst.
It might be. It could be both at the same time.
Again, this is Let's Get Stupid, so none of this can be used against us.
If you traded 2 first-round picks for Myles Garrett and the Chiefs then offered you 3 first-round picks, would you do it?
You don't even know what stupid is. It's about to get all stupid up in here.
McDavid becomes available this offseason. He says, I'm done. Put together a trade package.
Let's get stupid.
All right. I love that the lead-in is trades. How about that one from Joe? You trade 2 firsts for Garrett, and then the Chiefs offer you 3 firsts. Net win, baby. Yeah, take it. All right, here it is. Let's get stupid, everybody. Ready? Let's trade up for Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Think of the beauty of this. The Bills get their stud
CB2.
corner, and they get to actually say, think of him like a receiver, and we have to be like, yeah.
And listen, I'm sure we could come up with some more perfect fits. But in terms of like the Bills and what they need at receiver, but maybe don't want to invest in because of the need not being maybe like a full-time true number one, you get the glimpses and the like. Is he not the perfect?
Well, there's a again, if we're getting stupid on this, am I trading for 2 starters or a starter and a half? So, Matt Harmon, reception perception. We have him on the show in the afternoon all the time. He breaks down receivers. It's pretty much what he does. I have built my entire dynasty receiver portfolio on Matt Harmon's breakdowns, and it was without fail pretty good. His assessment of Travis Hunter is effectively he is an elite receiver.
An elite receiver.
A perfect receiver prospect. He doesn't even play that much. Imagine if he went full-time, that he doesn't even really go to all the offensive meetings in Colorado. He has the... If you've ever seen Matt Harmon's work, he's got the route tree with the colors and how good are you. And Travis Hunter has the Devontae Adams-esque perfectly green route tree in every route. Every route he's good at. He does everything well. His catch skills are amazing. And, of course, he can play number one corner. So if you were not into 2 firsts for Myles Garrett because he's a little older, blah. I mean, what are you giving up? 2 firsts?
Probably your day 2 pick.
The 30th, 2 firsts, future firsts, and I don't even know what else. Let's get stupid.
Let's get stupid, but let's also toe the line of being realistic. Where a fall would have to happen, right? Like Hig gets to 5. All of a sudden, you're at 5, Jacksonville's there, and maybe the phone starts ringing at 5. What's it take to get up 25 spots?
A lot.
Yeah.
The best example is Atlanta getting to 6 for Julio Jones.
And they were at...
I think they were at 22.
Okay.
I'll have to check that.
It'd be historic.
Yeah, it'd be the biggest jump ever. And he'd have to get past... Who's 5?
Jacksonville.
Okay. He'd have to get past New England, which I don't think he will.
Right. I think they're going to take Will Campbell.
Oh, okay. Then maybe he will get past 5 or 4.
And
5 to... What if you were to find out the Bills have traded their entire draft to the Giants?
For 2?
For 3.
For 3.
Over the weekend, you posted a mock draft where somebody had the Bills trading most of their draft for a second-round defensive tackle from Akron.
Yeah, Toledo.
Okay, sure, Toledo, sorry. Travis Hunter. The Travis Hunter conversation is interesting because, again, he is an elite receiver. He is an elite corner prospect. You've got different draft analysts saying, I'd play him here, I'd play him here. I think it'd be tough for him not to become... Imagine being a part-time receiver that proves to be elite. How is he not on the field every play? How does he not then become a full-time receiver and part-time corner? This is Let's Get Stupid, so we're going all the way here. Could the team that drafts him platoon him week to week on matchup?
Totally.
We feel like we got more of a running game plan, or we're going to beat this team over the middle, or we're down a man in the secondary, or how will he ultimately be used? Because it seems not possible for him to play full-time on both sides of the ball.
I would agree with that. I mean, even to be, it's impossible. It would be impossible for him to prepare the way NFL players and the way that NFL coaches like to prepare teams and guys and position groups. It'd be really hard for him week to week to prepare to play both ways 100% of the time.
Right.
And I also think in the NFL you'd be doing him a disservice by putting him out there that much.
Matt Harmon, to wrap up what he says, the reality is no one knows. Every team has his plan for him, but based on his reception perception data, the film makes it clear he has all the calling cards of a future number 1 star wide receiver. And I was listening yesterday to Ryan Fowler. Was it Ryan Fowler that was on the afternoon show? Ryan Fowler of the Draft
Network.
Okay.
Yep.
He's on with Shope talking about receivers and how actually he would put Keon Coleman ahead of Tet McMillan in terms of long term. Like he's a fan of Coleman, and we'll put him ahead of McMillan, who's probably the number 1 receiver after Travis Hunter in this draft. So that's interesting. The thing about Hunter being an elite receiver prospect, like where does he go last year? Does he go ahead of Neighbors? Ahead of Adunze?
I wondered the corner piece of this, him being elite at both positions.
These are 2 of the 3 most expensive positions, 2 of the 4.
Yeah.
Non-quarterback, it's
defensive end,
edge, receiver, tackle, and corner.
Yeah.
That's the list.
Yeah.
He plays 2 of those 4.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. two of the most, just by how the league views in terms of what they spend for it, two of the four most valuable non-quarterback positions in the league.
It's let's get stupid. It's April Fool's Day. You wake up the day after the draft and the Bills have traded. What's worse? I mean, the whole draft is not as valuable as like 3 firsts.
Correct.
So the whole draft for Hunter, you're like, fine.
30, next year's first, the following year's first. I think I'd do it.
I mean, I know this is not going to happen, but I just think it would unite all of us.
Surely.
Because
surely.
For those that want the defense to get its corner, like, hey, you did it. And for me to want a number one receiver. Oh, sorry. I know what I was going to get to that I lost my train of thought there. So Ryan Fowler, the Draft Network, he was talking about not only that Coleman's ahead of McMillan in his ranking, but he doesn't really feel comfortable with any receivers 20 to 30. There's no one there with true number one potential. And the reality is, if there was, that guy doesn't last to 20.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes these teams get it wrong, of course. But if there's a guy that you would ever forecast as having number one potential, the guy doesn't make it out of the top 10. It doesn't happen anymore. Brian Thomas Jr. made it out because teams weren't convinced.
Yep.
And he certainly looks like he has that.
He is,
I mean, Puka makes it to the 5th round. So you have misses, but if going in, scouts, teams think this guy has number one potential, he does not make it to 30 ever. Which, if you're someone that wants the Bills to ever get someone like this, it's going to take something, probably.
Yeah, like I think about the draft, the Kincaid draft, where you get Flowers, Quentin Johnston,
JSN.
Right. And out of those guys that flew, and kid from Minnesota.
Jordan Addison.
Though there was basically all 4 went in 4 straight picks.
Right. And none of them were thought to have true number one. They were all good. These guys are good. You know, a slot guy here. Say Flowers had a shot, like he wins at all 3 levels. But again, none of these guys have proven to be the freak show stud. Because as soon as you see that, where does the guy go? 3rd.
Yep.
And that's why, I mean, McMillan is not thought to be that, and he's pushed up the boards because the class is so kind of thin at the top. I was reading Matt Waldman, rookie scouting portfolio. He of this receiver class said there are more draftable receivers this year than last year, but the top isn't as good. Really, that's how a class is defined. How's the top? If the top is loaded, then all of a sudden your second tier guys are pushed even further.
Yep.
And man, look at this! I'm getting second round talent in the 3rd round because it was so loaded at the top. Travis Hunter. I mean, I like the idea quite a bit. If the Patriots take him, I mean, that's nice for Drake May. Drake May to have Hunter.
I think the Browns.
Mac Hollins.
I think the Browns should take him, in my opinion. But
how about the Browns just flat out admitting the Deshaun Watson thing was a mistake? Which, of course,
wow.
Obviously.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to run from that?
I mean, but the owner would flat out say it, like swing and a miss.
Yeah. And because of that, he is giving the coach and GM like a totally free pass, which I think is a mistake.
Makes sense. Like
it does, but I think it's still a mistake.
I think you kind of have to. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe. Travis Hunter, where does he go?
Let's get stupid.
I mean, it'd be exciting. It'd be exciting. Lindy Ruff, top of the hour. Sabres playing in Ottawa tonight. Plenty more going on. We'll keep you updated on owners' meetings, voting from the competition committee, and pushing things to the NFL owners' votes on defensive holding, on the Tush push, and on also reseeding divisionally, which does not sound like it's going to get through. So you can give us a call, 803-0550 on WGR.
Charles. WGR Sports Radio 550 and WGR550.com. This is a Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update.
NFL owners' meetings continue down in Florida today. Bills head coach Sean McDermott was the forefront of the media yesterday at the AFC coaches breakfast, talking about his stance on the potential tush-push ban. If you want to hear all his comments on that, you can find that on demand, that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills did make a smaller signing yesterday, adding punter Brad Robbins to the roster. Robbins was drafted in the 6th round by the Bengals in 2023. The tush-push ban, along with other rule change proposals, will be voted on later today by all 32 teams. The NFL announced yesterday that they're making a slight change to when they notify teams that a game will be flexed into Thursday Night Football. The league previously had to notify teams 28 days before the game that their game would be moved, but now the league has shortened that period to 21 days. The Buffalo Sabres back in action tonight in Ottawa, taking on the Senators at 7 o'clock. Pre-game will start at 6 o'clock with Chopin Bulldog right here on WGR. And the Bisons are back in action today as well. They're down in Memphis taking on the Redbirds for this week. First pitch for tonight's game is at 7:45. You can hear that on our sister station, the Bet 1520. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
Well, I'm excited. I really look forward to it. It's crazy because when you ask around, he has a lot of similarities. Well, people say through the grapevine, he acts a lot like Josh, and that was my guy. So I look forward to meeting and connecting with him.
Steph Diggs from his introductory presser in New England. I saw a viral clip going around the webs of you yelling about Mr. Diggs.
Yeah. Hey, anytime you could have the dollar store version of the real thing, you got to do it.
Well, what are his other options?
Not be such a jerk. Stay here. Just keep trying to go after a Super Bowl. Just keep taking shots at it.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I look at it, when I look back in hindsight, the Bills ended up making the right move. But I don't think it was a move that they probably would have made unless there was motivation to make it. I think he was really pushing in creating the motivation. So,
right.
I just think is this guy who's built his entire persona around refusing to lose. Not necessarily like needing to win, just refusing to lose.
Just caring a lot about winning.
Yeah. And I don't know, it feels like a lot of his choices after leaving a team that has been winning a lot haven't really been.
Well, he got traded to a team that was thought to be a really good team and a good contender.
Yep.
And had a good year and got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's in free agency coming off an ACL.
Yeah.
And he signs with a team that has had a lot of trouble pulling in any free agents.
And gave him more money than anybody would have.
Probably.
But I just think that it can't really still be about that anymore.
Well, what's he supposed to do?
I really thought it was really from the trade and then the contract redo in Houston that all the writing on the wall was Dallas.
And he didn't do that.
I know, which feels weird in hindsight because I thought the whole idea, the whole reason that we had to deal with his brother tweeting about him and the Bills and being in Buffalo for 2 years was because, like, okay, we just want to play together.
Are you telling me we didn't have to pay attention to his brother's tweets?
News now in hindsight, you didn't have to.
Now, this is an interesting idea. Don't care about that stuff.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to not care about a person's tweets?
I think you can in hindsight. It's hard when you're in the midst of it.
Yeah. Well, part of New England here to me is, good morning, by the way, Jeremy and Nate. I don't think New England's a bad spot for anybody anymore. I mean, Mike Vrabel is an accomplished coach. Drake May. Remove Diggs from this.
Mm-hmm.
I will say right now, take back dollar store version. He is not. Will Levis is the dollar store version of Josh Allen. Drake May is not that.
What is he then?
Drake May is the what's if we're keeping this metaphor going, what's the right answer here?
Is he Josh Allen Zero? It's the sugar-free version?
No. I mean,
Diet Josh Allen?
I am constantly battling my own affinity for Drake May because he plays like Josh Allen and he's super fun to watch and he makes sick throws and he runs and he does all the stuff. He's not as good, of course, but if you're a New England fan, I mean, I'd be really excited. Especially if
they should be excited.
Especially if they get Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Like, New England is probably the next challenge to the Bills in the division.
I don't think this year, but I think that they're next in line.
Maybe not a challenge directly, but would you pick them to finish second this year?
I don't think so. I don't think they're ready for that kind of jump yet.
Who's finishing second?
I think still the Dolphins.
The Dolphins?
Yeah.
The Dolphins, after they trade Tyreek Hill, who looks like he might be on the move again.
No, I don't think so.
I'll put the Patriots ahead of the Dolphins this year.
I'm not ready to do that. They're picking number 2 overall.
They're picking number 4. They're picking number 3 overall. That's
4,
right.
Whatever it is.
That's right.
And they're doing it because their team stinks. And they added some players in free agency. Spent a lot of money in free agency. They have the worst offensive line I've ever seen. And they've added Morgan Moses to it.
They're picking 3rd overall. They picked 3rd overall the year before, too, by the way. So 2 straight years picking 3rd overall.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels.
A bad roster.
The Commanders picked 2nd overall last year.
Yeah.
And got their quarterback, and he was amazing and made some. So a leap to competence isn't even that big. I know the Commanders maybe not the best example here because they went from 2nd overall to the NFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I'm not like I said, the Patriots will finish how many games behind the Bills this year?
3, 4.
If they finish 4 games behind the Bills, how many are the Bills winning? 12? Is that 8 and 9?
Yeah. I could see them as a 5. I would think 500 is a maybe probably the ceiling.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a roster that I know, listen, I mean, I'm not going to claim I watch a lot of Commanders football or had prior, but that felt like a team that was pretty talented and was, with terrible quarterback play and got a really good quarterback and it was kind of is a similar roster. It's not like it was a huge roster turnover. This is a big roster turnover, and they're going from historically bad offensive line play to they probably have to take an offensive lineman in the top 5. They probably have to,
unless they take Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Which they should do.
And then somebody can make that graphic of when Joe Burrow is either draft Penei Sewell and then it's just him throwing the ball or draft
right.
Jamar Chase. And it kind of worked out for them.
Well, what I would do if I'm New England here is I would say, what is harder for us to lure in free agency, a lineman or a receiver? And it is proven to be, maybe it's both, but they offered Chris Godwin $20 million more than Tampa and didn't get him.
Yeah.
They over and over again they tried to trade for Ayuk. He wouldn't sign an extension there, so that move got killed. So if you've been chasing that position, if they just roll out Drake May with Travis Hunter, Diggs, who else they have there? Like Demario Douglas, Keyshawn Boutte. They have Mac Hollins, who I think is going to be a depth receiver for them more than just a special teamer. I draft your lineman in the 2nd round, rebuild your line. If May takes any kind of step, which I would expect that he will, he was pretty good last year. I think they'll be competitive. And he's not dollar store Josh. He's, if Josh is, what store is Josh in this scenario? The best store. So Josh is the best store, whichever store you think is the best store. And Drake May is,
the maybe store.
Across the street.
The maybe store. Maybe he'll be really good. Maybe he won't.
How many quarterbacks that have not yet taken the step would you rather have than Drake May?
Has Bo Nix taken the step?
You'd rather have Bo Nix?
I'm asking if he's taken the step.
No.
I might.
Okay. You can have your bonus.
Here's the thing with Drake May is I think that the Mike Vrabel move was not the move I would have made if I had Drake May at quarterback.
I agree with that. I mean, Ben Johnson might have been the move I wanted to make.
Yes. What I would have wanted with this quarterback is get this guy a real offensive coach. That's how you get him to, I have the sense that he's just going to be Ryan Tannehill. That he's going to line up under center. He's going to turn around and hand the ball off a whole bunch. They're going to play ball control offense, and they're going to put a giant governor on him. Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen.
Because they have Vrabel.
Yes.
Yeah, they might be right about that.
So, that to me, part of it is not just, hey, what's his, vibe, what's his aura, but it's also, what's he got to work with? He doesn't have great weapons. He's got a terrible offensive line, and he's got a head coach that wants to play close football games and play defense and run the football. That's not a recipe for we're going to maximize the stardom of this potential player. It is, maybe this guy will be really good. Maybe this guy will throw for 25 touchdowns this year. And can he play conservative ball control offense? I think it goes against everything he is.
Right. We got a comment in the chat. How many quarterbacks are going to be the next Josh Allen before we stop comparing the only quarterback in history to anyone else? Well, that depends. If you're out here comparing every quarterback that's young and throwing the stats up on the screen about his first 10 starts and Allen's first 10 starts, then you're not talking to a serious person.
Yeah, that's right.
The reason that people say that Drake May plays like Josh Allen is because if you watch Drake May, you look and see he plays like Josh Allen.
He's got Josh vibes.
He runs for 95 yards in a game.
And he does 5 loop-de-loops in the pocket and then makes a throw to a receiver in the end zone.
He stands in the face of a rusher and delivers a dart.
And the funniest part about what they did with him last year is slow playing him because of how bad the offensive line was. They were worried about ruining him, when in reality, he was the only one in that quarterback room capable of playing behind that offensive line and doing anything.
Right. And again, he's got a long way to go to ever be in Josh's stratosphere. But if you hear people say everybody's the next Josh Allen, stop listening to those people.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody's the next Josh Allen. I thought Drake May played like Josh Allen watching him at North Carolina. He runs. He's athletic, and people don't give him credit for it. And then, oh, look at that. He just ran for 80 yards in a game on us and dropped dimes all over the field. And May also did it, kind of like Allen did early, with dogs at receiver. And if they upgrade a little bit, as soon as they gave Allen Beasley and Brown, and then they go to Diggs and give him a full room, he grows into what he is, and now he proves to be, superhuman. Will May get to that level? I don't think it's likely. But I think he's got as good a chance as anybody. He's super good. He's fun to watch. Maybe it falls apart with Vrabel. Coaching's going to matter. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Lindy Ruff, top of the hour. Sabres in Ottawa tonight here on WGR.
Broadcasting live from the Just Call Jed studio.
2 notes for you here. Number 1, join us in the fight against cancer by riding with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team, Saturday, June 28th. Once you join the team, you receive an email to pick up your team shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden and Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal. Visit WGR550.com for details. Okay, so just saw something moments ago regarding the NFL, and John Allrand, I believe, of Sports Business Journal, has this note. We speculated on this idea, and it is apparently true. Christmas triple header. Bills fans, I don't know how you're avoiding Christmas or Black Friday this year. I don't know how you're doing it. 2 Christmas Day games on Netflix, 1 on Amazon, and then Black Friday as well. I don't know how the Bills don't play on Christmas. Right?
Yeah.
Christmas Day.
Yeah.
And are we ever going to be at home? Are we ever going to talk about, would the Bills close out their stadium, period?
On Christmas?
On Christmas. And then go on the road after that. Last game at Highmark get playoffs, but how do the Bills want to send off Highmark Stadium? Pete Gwelly, Bills and Sabres COO this week, part of his comments to Sal and other reporters along the way, it's about, this is a year about celebrating the send-off of Highmark Stadium, and I don't know if that includes Christmas Day at home. I don't know if the Bills would not want that. They could play on the road. I mean, their home schedule has juice. What's the rating for a Christmas Day game? Bills-Bengals.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, last year the games were really good games. I mean, it's Steelers and Chiefs and Ravens, Texans. Maybe they shift and go more of an NFC flavor there, but yeah. Looks like the NFL going after Christmas Day in full. The NBA likes to say, stay off our day. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. Have a good time. Go load manage your Christmas while the NFL's playing 3 games that day. Sorry, it's a cheap shot at the NBA, which has owned Christmas for a long time. So 3 games, looks like, on Christmas Day. Lindy Ruff, Sabres head coach, when we return ahead of Sabres and Senators tonight. That game in Ottawa this evening. So we'll get a chat with Sabres head coach and more of your phone calls as we cruise through the morning here. Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in for Joe on April Fool's Day. We are on the lookout for fake stories to tell you if they're fake. I don't think that Christmas Day one is fake. That makes total sense. 2 games for Netflix, 1 for Amazon. It is a Thursday. So instead of the Wednesday doubleheader, Thursday tripleheader, just like they do on Thanksgiving. Schedule time. Keep an eye on it. Jeremy and Nate on WGR.
Date.
Good morning. The Buffalo Sabres back in action tonight against the Ottawa Senators in Ottawa for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Pre-game will start at 6 with Show Up in the Bulldog right here on WGR. NFL owners' meetings continue down in Florida later today. Bills head coach Sean McDermott was one of the forefronts of the news yesterday at the AFC Coaches Breakfast, talking about his stance on the potential tush-push ban. If you want to hear his comments, you can find that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. The Bills made a signing yesterday, adding punter Brad Robbins to the roster. Robbins was drafted in the 6th round by the Bengals in 2023. The tush-push ban, along with other rule change proposals, will be voted on later today by all 32 teams at the owners' meetings. The NFL announced yesterday that it would be making a slight change to when it notifies teams that their game will be flexed into Thursday Night Football. The league previously had to notify teams 28 days before the game would be flexed, but now the league has shortened that window to 21 days. Cleveland Browns owner Jimmy Haslam said that the team wouldn't force a quarterback at the 2nd overall pick. The comment coming after a comment from earlier in the day yesterday that he said the signing of Deshaun Watson has been, quote, a big swing and a miss. Only 2 quarterbacks currently on the Browns roster. That is Deshaun Watson, who is recovering from an Achilles injury in 2024, and Kenny Pickett, who the Browns acquired from the Philadelphia Eagles earlier in March for a 4th-round pick, and quarterback Dorian Thompson-Robinson. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's time to talk Sabres hockey. Big changes at KeyBank Center. Let's hear all about it. Coach Lindy Ruff is being brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. And by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Now, with head coach Lindy Ruff, here's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Sabres in Ottawa tonight. We'll get with the Sabres head coach in just a moment. Jeremy and Joe, Nate is in. Nate's just checking the updates on the tush push.
Might be making a spreadsheet. We'll see.
Yeah, to see who's in and who's out. Because the NFC coaches' breakfast is today. They were not allowed to have breakfast yesterday.
No.
And today the AFC coaches have to fast.
That's right.
Yeah. It's tough. You'd think in such a big league, you have breakfast every day. Anyway, NFC coaches' breakfast is today, and Raheem Morris, down. Thumbs down.
He is down. He wants it banned.
Okay. We're looking for
push bad.
The spreadsheet. 24 owners need to vote it down need to make a vote to make a change. And we'll see. It's supposed to happen later today. Morris was the only one that was not there for the coach's picture, correct? So he has arrived late, I suppose?
Perhaps.
Okay. He also expressed confidence in Kirk Cousins as like a part of their team. Maybe they're just going to hang on and trade him eventually.
He's going to go to the Browns.
Maybe. 803-0550 is our number. We'll get back to that in a little while. We've got the news that Netflix is doing 2 games and Amazon 1, so a Christmas Day triple header. Maybe we'll try to pick like a perfect Christmas triple header schedule at some point. But I don't know how the Bills avoid Christmas Day. They did Thanksgiving a bunch. It was a great success. And they've dodged that. They've dodged Christmas. They dodged Black Friday. I just think they're going to hit Black Friday or Christmas this year. One of those two, the Bills are going to hit that. And I think at home, we also haven't seen any of these at home. They've been on the road for every one of these big type of event games. So we'll see. To the Wester Hotline, and we'll chat with Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, good morning. It's Jeremy and Nate. Thanks for taking some time today.
You're welcome, and morning, gentlemen.
We're sitting here talking, NFL owners' meetings and rule changes and all this, downtime for the NFL. Meanwhile, in hockey, it's kind of stretch run, 10 games left for a lot of these teams. And for your group, it's about, Lindy, better play. Things have gone better in the results column. And I guess I want to know how much you can really reasonably take from what's happening now to try to advance it into something for a brighter season next year.
We can take a lot from these last games. Starting, we're our post 13 game where we didn't win a hockey game. There's areas of our game that we're trying to focus on real hard. Take this one game at a time. We took a step back in Philadelphia with the way we managed that game and managed the puck and gave up the odd-numbered rushes that allowed Philly to win the hockey game. And we're trying to get to a point where we don't give away chances like that. And I thought the Washington game, we got right back on track. And I said post game, I thought we played what I felt was our best second period of the year.
When it comes to that streak, you mentioned the 13-game streak. I've seen a couple of clips of you talking about this with the meeting with season ticket holders. Without putting too much on one thing, let's make a pie chart. How much of that do you put to Dahlin missing a big chunk of it? Like, this is a point about Rasmus that we'll get to, and we'll talk about his 500 games in the NHL, but he's out for a lot of that, and when he's out of your lineup, it's a different team.
Yeah, that's for sure. But, every team has to deal with injuries, and I understand that. And, we can walk around making excuses. We had a lot of tight games. We had games inside that segment that were there for us to win. And I've walked through that segment, quite a few times, and I've looked at the games that we should have won but didn't. The injuries that we had through that segment. I mean, we started with Dahlin for the first 3 months of the year. Was dealing with an injury that I think everybody has seen in this, this last 2.5 months, a different Dahlin than you saw at the start of the year, and we know we can bring. But we come back. I'll just reference the very first game. We come back from a 3-game winning streak on the road and on the West Coast, and we play a really good team, and we just couldn't quite score. We lose. I think we lost the first game 1-0 to Minnesota. But played a heck of a game. And then there was leads that we gave up inside that segment that are games that you have to have when I look at a Detroit game, 5-3 lead, maybe 10 minutes left somewhere in that area. Those are games that you can't let slip away, and we let slip away. So there's lots to learn. There's lots that from that point we've taken. You can look at our record from that point on. You can look at our record before that happened. We just can't let that happen again.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. On Dahlin, 500 games for him, one of the youngest defensemen in NHL history to reach that mark. What have you learned about him from coaching against him for a lot of that stretch to now being his head coach?
I've learned a lot. I've learned how competitive he is, the fire that he has, the desire that he has for our club and our city, and he is an all-in player. I have a hard time wrapping around he's played 500 games already, which is already an incredible feat for where he's at and the age that he's at. So I have the utmost admiration for the way he approaches the game and how he plays the game and the passion he brings to it.
Lindy, I want to ask you, kind of playing on your career and maybe thinking back a little bit, because I know when you took this job that you saw the potential in this team and in the players in this roster. Does this season, the ups and downs, and as it comes to a close, does it remind you of maybe another season in your career where you're like you just feel like a team is really close, and a couple of different things in the offseason maybe change the trajectory a little bit? Does this team really remind you of any others over the course of your career?
I'd like to say I have one, but I don't think I do. I know that we have played a lot of really good hockey games, and I can probably reference the 2 Colorado games against a really tough team where we jump off to big leads, but can't sustain where we're at in the game and allowed Colorado to get back in both those hockey games. It's been a year where it's hard when you sit there and try to pinpoint one thing. Sometimes it's been lack of scoring. There's been a lot of games where poor puck decisions have hurt us dearly inside of a game, which has allowed another team to get back into a hockey game. So pinpointing or using another team as an example, I have a hard time with.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, as you kind of circling what you just said there, back with also the conversation about what you can get from this. Different different organizations will go through different levels of turnover, and right now, like, just looking at the lineup, looking at who you have and contracts signed and spots committed, it feels like it's a team that maybe I'm jumping the gun here, won't have a ton of turnover next year. Is that, without necessarily going on the accuracy of that, because it's hard to see what happens in an offseason, is that something when you know you have a lot of players returning, how you can kind of sell the idea that the work starts now and what you're doing now will have some sort of payoff at the start of next season?
You know, I think the important part is the evaluating. Whether your players are signed or unsigned, it is evaluating what you have. I think this last 2-3 months is evaluating where we can get better, evaluating each player and what they've brought to the team. Whether you're signed or unsigned, every team tries to make themselves better through the off season, through free agency, and understanding that we have a lot of players signed. That doesn't mean you can't find ways to make yourself better. And going through this last couple months, it's about evaluating an honest evaluation about where your club is at and trying to make your club better.
With some of those players, let's talk about a few. Jack Quinn has started to produce of late, and the way I asked it to Paul was, can I trust what I'm seeing? What's different here for Quinn to finally start really producing at a great level? We've seen him play great hockey. We've seen him struggle with injury. We've seen him go through these long stretches. What is different with Quinn? Can we trust it? Can he trust it? How does he keep things going?
Well, when I'm talking about evaluation, I think that he's one of the players that we're evaluating every player we have, and Jack obviously got off to a tough start with our club at the start of the year. And a lot of conversations with him about where his game was at and where he could improve in season. And I think I've seen him take those steps to improve in season. I think he's getting rewarded for the steps, that we've talked about. And this is just, it is about different players, trying to prove that, I can be an important piece for this team. And I think you've mentioned one that his play has been elevated. His play has continually got better here through this last stretch. A young player I looked at he has a dynamic shot. He does get inside, but areas of his game that he's working on improving, I've seen improvement in. And I think he's being rewarded for it right now.
On Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, Lindy, he's kind of found his way out of the starters rotation. James Reimer getting more looks. And I wonder how you should be juggling this. Like, again, as we're talking about trying to get certain players in the right space, and your goalie might be different. For me, it feels like you've got to do whatever you can to get Luukkonen back on track. He's had a tough year, I think, to my eye. When it comes to the decision to go to Reimer as often as you have, like, is it just as simple as whoever's going to play the best is going to get the net, and Luukkonen has to find his way back?
First of all, I believe in UPL, and he's gone through a little bit of a tough stretch. I did not like the opportunities that we made him face right off the bat in the Philadelphia game. That's on our club. Hadn't played in a little bit, and all of a sudden, your first opportunity you're facing is a 2-on-1, and then the second opportunity in the game that he has to face is an east-west pass in front of him. When a goalie hasn't played, and that's a tough situation to walk in. And we haven't had a lot of practice time. I think that when a goalie is in a situation like UPL right now, a lot of times he can find his game by having back-to-back really good practices, or get inside of an hour workout with the team and face every type of drill that we throw at him to get comfort again. But with the schedule we've had and the number of games and no practices, limited to just injury guys shooting on your goaltender, and you're not facing game-like rush situations where all of a sudden you have those east-west and you've got to read plays I think for goalies at this time of year is the toughest, especially when you haven't played a lot. I believe he'll find his game. I think that I don't totally lump the Philadelphia game on his shoulders, and I look at some of the big mistakes we made. We didn't really help him out, but it is about getting him back in there and him finding his game and having a strong finish to this year. And that being said, I've told the team our goal is to win every hockey game. So that means that if Reimer steps in and plays good, he's going to play. But at the same time, we are going to get UPL back in there.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. One more thing for me, Josh Norris. I want to talk to you about Josh Norris. Tonight's a game against Ottawa. It's Cousins and Norris that are the two big names in that trade. And, of course, Cousins, are you paying attention to what Dylan Cousins does in Ottawa? Is it not something that, you think about? And then with Norris, he's been out for a bit. I wonder how it's been getting to know him while also not having him really available.
Yeah, I think first with it, it's disappointing. Get to know him as a person, but he's not on the trip, and he's still rehabbing, and we don't even know what his status will be once we get back here. We know from watching a lot of video. We know what he is. We know what he can be. We know what the history is, and what he can add to a club. We just don't have him in the lineup to help us win hockey games right now. As far as Dylan, when you pre-scout games, you watch him play. We know that Dylan's he's gonna help any team in whatever role they play him. And I don't spend a lot of time watching players because you spend most of your time on your own hockey club. But I know that he's played well for him.
And finally, actually, one more thing, Lindy. The Winter Classic. We heard Pete Gwelly say recently that the organization's looking at maybe bringing back a stadium series Winter Classic. The new building, of course, across the street. 20-year anniversary has been thrown out there as an idea. What would it be like? What do you think it'd be like to be back out there again, outside, filling up a football stadium here in Buffalo for that game?
Well, that's the one thing that would make me smile this morning, right there. I thought our first experience in Orchard Park was unbelievable. And to bring it back again, I think it has to be done. I think it would be awesome if it would be a wintry like day again where you've got 75,000 people in the stadium. It's a day I'll never forget. It was really one of the one of the best days standing behind a bench that, when this whole Winter Classic and outdoor game thing started, that I really enjoyed, and I really love to see it come back here to Buffalo.
Yeah, all right. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff at tonight's game in Ottawa. Lindy, thanks.
You're welcome. Thanks, guys.
Sabres and Senators tonight, 7 o'clock from Ottawa. The Senators have 84 points. They are 7 points clear of wild card spot number 2. They are pretty firmly looking like they're going to go. And, good for them. If they do, they would play Toronto in the first round, which right now, Toronto-Ottawa first round, it's pretty juicy.
It is pretty juicy.
Tampa-Florida would be a first-round matchup. Washington would play whoever gets in the 8th spot, which is right now Montreal. Last time Montreal and Washington played the playoffs, is that Halak? When he stuns them in 7 games? They might have met since then. It's a very famous, right? 8-1. Is that 8-1? Had to be. What year? 2000. I don't even know.
They all meld together. By the way, quick update from Diana Rossini, who has been talking Tush Push today. She's reporting that the vote could get tabled and not voted on today. After all, there is chatter and growing concern that it's not going to happen today.
That it wouldn't.
That they're not going to vote on it today.
When are they going to vote on it?
Don't know. That part she didn't say.
Okay.
Yes. So I do have, by the way, a running list right now of coaches on the record, yay or nay. I've just added 2 to the nay column, which is no, they don't want to ban it.
Okay.
Don't ban it. Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Philly guy.
And Saints head coach Kellen Moore.
Philly guy. This is the Sirianni Mafia here.
It is, yeah.
All of his friends are sticking up for him. Are we at 9? We at 9 teams that would not ban it?
Right now on record, I've got Vrabel, Moore, Stryken, and Gannon.
And Sirianni.
And Sirianni, yep.
So it's 5. He needs 4 more.
The coach from who's the D'Amico Ryans.
Houston. We're at 6. They need 3 more coaches that say don't ban it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get banned.
It's getting tight. Well, it doesn't matter if they don't vote on it.
Right, it won't matter. Yeah.
Who decides if they vote?
Would it be the owners? Okay, so Jordan Schultz tweeted 11 minutes ago. His understanding of the tush push ban is that it's unlikely to have the votes to be banned, and there's a better chance discussions will be tabled for a future owners meeting. Those advocating for the ban have been working to sway opinions and get it banned, but as one source put it, quote, the current language in the proposal is just not clear enough and can easily be manipulated.
That's right, because
they're trying not to ban it. They're trying to just, you can't do this if you're going to do it. You can't just ban pushing.
Yeah,
That's it.
You can't push.
Just ban pushing.
Right. This is where
they're trying to thread the needle on it.
You might have 24 owners to say, yeah, let's ban that play. How do you write the rule? I still want my lineman to be able to push my running back over the line. What if I'm in a wildcat formation? Can that guy get pushed? All right. Okay. 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Nate. Our thanks to Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff ahead of Ottawa tonight. The Sabres schedule down to the home stretch here. It's Ottawa, and then home for Tampa, home for Boston, home for Carolina. They still have a bunch of home games left for Tampa, Boston, Carolina, Philly, and Toronto. April 17th, the season finishes out at home. What do you do with this season? You know, for Lindy and what you can gain this time of year, without even being snarky, they've said that 12 out of 14 times that they missed the playoffs, that you can get a lot from this time of year. Right?
They've really not carried over any.
I mean, famously,
momentum.
Maybe not so famously. Before they tanked, when Lindy got fired, Ron Ralston got the job to replace Lindy, and they had a good April, and then started the next year 4-20. And then, it was all right. Yeah. Looks like we're going to go somewhere here.
4-20. Cripes.
Maybe it was 4-16, 4 out of 20. I'm loose on those numbers. Give us a ring on the tush push if you want. Maybe the vote gets tabled. What's the best argument against it? McDermott's making the injury argument. I think the best argument against it is that it stinks. Nobody really seems to be buying the injury argument. McDermott's fighting the fight, and when pressed, doesn't really have answers on the injury argument. But if you just say, I think it stinks, what's the pushback? I don't have to back it up with facts. That's just how I feel. Happy April Fool's Day. When we get back, get some of your calls in. I've promised the chat on YouTube I would tell a chicken coop story. I have a chicken coop story. Recently in the chat, somehow chicken coops came up, and I said, I have a chicken coop.
It's the beauty of the chat.
I'll get you that today. It's not an April Fool's joke. The Bills have a Christmas movie coming out. There's a triple header on Christmas.
Yeah.
Come
Christmas
on.
movie?
Come on.
Yeah, they're playing on Christmas.
They're going to play on Christmas.
Yeah.
Let's pick our opponent sometime today. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe here on WGR.
Chevrolet Sports Update.
News from the NFL owners' meetings down in Florida. According to multiple sources, including Diana Rossini and Jordan Schultz, the tush-push ban has a chance to be voted on today by the NFL owners, but the proposal could also be tabled for a later date. Schultz also adds that a source at the meetings has said, quote, the current language in the proposal is just not clear enough and can easily be manipulated, end quote. Bills head coach Sean McDermott was part of the forefront of the news yesterday morning at the AFC Coaches Breakfast, talking about his stance on the potential tush-push ban. If you want to hear his comments, you can find that audio on demand on our website, WGR550.com. Also yesterday, the NFL announced that it would be making a slight change to when it notifies teams that will be flexed into an NFL or Thursday night football time slot. The league previously would have to notify teams 28 days prior to the game, but their game would be moved, but now the league has shortened that period to 21 days. Cleveland Browns owner Jimmy Haslam says the team is not forcing a quarterback at the second overall pick. Comment coming after an earlier comment in the day when he said the signing of Deshaun Watson has been, quote, a big swing and a miss. The only two quarterbacks on the Browns roster are Watson, who is recovering from an Achilles injury, and Kenny Pickett, who the Browns acquired in a trade in March. The Buffalo Sabres back in action tonight in Ottawa, taking on the Senators for a 7 o'clock puck drop. Pregame will start at 6 with Show Up in the Bulldog right here on WGR. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of business.
Call or text WGR at 803-0550 or post on X at WGR550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia. Check out the 2025 Kia K4 sedan. Named finalist for the 2025 North American Car of the Year.
I know what the data says, and I know how we coach it. We don't coach a push play any different than we coach a quarterback sneak play. So, yeah, again, the injury data says what it says, and we coach it the exact same, whether somebody's pushing or whether somebody's not pushing. We were healthy on the play. I believe the whole entire NFL was healthy on the play.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni. A lot of tush-push talk this week from the owners' meetings. Where would we be without it? Good morning, Jeremy and Nate. It's sunny.
You can see sun. Blueness.
Few clouds.
Yeah.
Looks nice out
cold
there.
Day, though. Gonna be cold.
Yeah, sweet.
Sorry.
Hold on, let me go to the 10-day.
Let's take the little wins where we can.
Is the 10-day forecast an April Fool's joke itself?
It's not good.
No? It's disappointing. Latest is they may table things on the tush push and not vote on it. It does not maybe have enough support. Might be close. But, boy, if everything in the world needed 75% approval to change, there would not be a lot of changes. So the NFL needing 24 out of 32 teams to vote and might not get it through. There's an obvious question about McDermott here and how this affects the Bills next year in a moment. Let's get to James in Akron first, though. James, good morning.
Good morning. How you folks doing?
Good.
Great. Hey, so I've been thinking about this, and I've been wanting to call for weeks now. Maybe there's a glitch in the Matrix or something, but years ago there was assisting the runner penalty. So near the goal lines, you had all those running backs diving over the piles. If they ran into the pile, the offensive lineman could not push the running back. That seems to have gone away. Why would you just not go back to that?
It's a great question, Nate. James. This used to be against the rules, and then it just kind of sunsetted, and now you have a team using it kind of on a high-profile basis, and it's a good team. So, and part of the reason it might not get banned is because all of his former assistants are going to vote to keep it. But it used to be against the rules. You can't pull the runner. You can push him. This all used to be against the rules. And in college football, it's a very odd kind of story. One other thing about this. Do the Bills have to stop running it now? Sean McDermott just went in front of the entire NFL media and every coach, carried the torch. He's the champion for. It's dangerous. Players are going to get hurt. Well, you run it. Well, we run a version of it. And I think it's time to be, his words, proactive. Okay, are you going to run it?
I think they will. I think they'll keep running the version that they use, which they feel is a little different, I think.
But he feels is dangerous.
Yeah.
He feels it puts players at risk to run this play. Theirs is different. You'd have to go all the way into seeing like the language of it, the language of the rule, and then ask McDermott, does the language make theirs illegal but make yours okay? Anyway, it's a very we're in the weeds, I guess is what you might say.
Yeah, and I think too. A little of this, I wonder if you're Sean McDermott and you want to be, unless I don't know that he wanted to be the face of this. I think that he just is. I'm not sure that he was like, no, I'll be the guy. Because I think you do that. I think you volunteer and you go in front of you, make your case if you think you're going to win. I don't think you go out there making the case because of what we're talking about right now. It's like, I don't know. Has anyone asked him if it doesn't change, will you continue running it? I think that's the question he's got to get asked.
Yeah.
And I think it's a hard answer.
He's got to say, we'll look at it. We'll look at a version of it that keeps our players safe. Again, they could just go back to the quarterback sneak, the regular one, which they've had success with.
Has he talked about their version versus what they believe the Eagles are doing?
He didn't, in the press availability yesterday, he didn't go fully into it, but he said a version of it. Now, who knows if they're, like I said, I don't know how different theirs is, but all right. Good luck. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Of course, the draft is 3 weeks and 2 days away. I saw two names, Matt Perino, Ryan Talbot. They did a podcast, the Shout podcast, and they brought up two names. Like, could the Bills, are we missing a trade for a receiver? They could trade for a guy. And the two names they brought up were Jordan Addison and Chris Olave.
Yes.
I don't really know where that would fit in, like why Minnesota would do that. But maybe. Olave is interesting. Olave's
super interesting.
He's very good, very hurt. Injury concerns. You wonder how much the Bills are willing to sign on for injury concerns. In the case of Joey Bosa, they've signed up for injury concerns. 1-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
But would you make a big trade for a guy like that? It's debatable. Olave has had concussion issues.
The age probably matters a little bit, but yeah, I mean...
he's super young, right?
Yeah.
He's good. I mean, he's great. He's great and young and probably ready for a breakout. Maybe that happens with the Saints. He's 24. Like, you got guys in the draft older than him. And you can get him, and it'd be a big contract. I don't know what he's going to get, but I've liked that name for a while.
Me too, because I'm not sure it would cost you a whole lot. But they'd also, part of this has to be they don't want him, that they want to trade him. And I don't know that that's the case.
803-0550. Lots going on in the chat today.
And also, by the way, that Olave and Jordan Addison thing sort of got posed as a report when I know Perino's been talking about Chris Olave for a year. So it wasn't really...
No, it's just an idea.
Yeah, I saw people pose their words as the Bills are interested in doing this, but it wasn't them reporting it.
Right.
To be clear.
803-0550. The chat is going off today on YouTube. You can join us there. I'm going to tell a chicken coop story later. One other thing that's going on in the chat, my kids are not yet, they don't have YouTube accounts, they're not in the chat. That's the good news. Because my wife sent me a picture that they are watching today. Yeah. Picture day at school.
Nice.
For the kids. For Dilly and Knox. I'm waving to them on the chat. You can wave. Uncle Nate, you can wave. They're watching. Now I feel pressure.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Get it right. I wonder what their opinions of the tush push. I bet you they're for it.
It's a good question. They like Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And they like Dawson Knox.
I bet you they're for it.
They're not going to remember the current stadium.
No.
They will go this year to Kids Day, and they're 4. What's your first memory? Is your 4 to 5?
First memory. If it's a lasting memory. I remember the Sabres Hurricane series, and I was 5 during that. But that was very big.
The 07 series? 05, 06.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you remember?
I remember I'm trying to think now. You're putting me on the spot. I remember game 1. I remember game 1.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it, though.
Because when you're super young, you can remember that things did happen, but not remember. My first sporting event I remember, I was not 5. I mean, I can think back to when I was 7, 8.
Yeah, I'm getting back to 98, which is me being 7. That's where I'm getting back to 98. I don't know that I can get back any further than that.
From earlier in that same playoff run, I remember the Pominville overtime goal against Ottawa.
Yeah.
That made Pominville my favorite player growing up as a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 98 is really as far back as like I got kindergarten. There's some things that will, if I shake the head, I can think about some things. I remember some things from kindergarten, but it's
I was a Mets fan growing up, and I do not really remember the 86 Mets at all. I do remember the 88 Mets. And for football, I barely remember the 86 Giants. I grew up a Giants fan. I remember the 87 Super Bowl, not 86, a little bit. So I don't really get to anything until I'm 7 or 8.
Did anything happen 95, 96 Bills-wise? That's post-Super Bowl era. That's the first years after the Super Bowls.
Isn't that like the Jaguars game? You want the 95, 96 Bills or the 94, 95 Bills? Which ones?
95, 96.
95, 96. They won. They finished first in the AFC, and they lost to the Steelers.
Was it still Jim Kelly at that point, or was it? Yes, right. It still would have been Jim Kelly. Todd Collins.
Yes, Jim Kelly. Yes, still Jim Kelly.
So yeah, I don't really have formative memories of watching Jim Kelly play football.
Okay.
My formative memories would be Rob Johnson and Doug Flutie.
Well, that's the 95 season. The 96 season. You're how old? That's where they lose.
96 season, I'm 5.
Okay, they lose to Jacksonville in the playoffs.
I think I vaguely remember that. 96, but that's still Kelly?
That ends up being January 97. 96 season, January 97.
There's a chance I've got memories of that Jaguars game, but there's also another Jaguars game that I remember and that I was at. That makes me think, was there another Jaguars game with Flutie?
Flutie, boy, you're
like
asking
a game winner, like final play, or like maybe I'm thinking of a different game, but like maybe there was a catch in the back of the end zone, but somebody got pushed out of bounds and it was incomplete. Am I making this up?
The Flutie touchdown run against Jacksonville is in October of 98.
Okay, so I remember that.
Okay.
So I think that's about as far back as I'm getting. So, yeah, I don't think they'll remember. I think you probably what you've got to do is get a full-on, like, borderline toddler photo shoot at the stadium.
What?
Like
the current one?
Listen, on the field. You need some action shots of them in and around the stadium.
No. Here's a question that Bills fans will have: different eras, different ages, because the announcement was made. Pete Welly said the current stadium is going to be demolished March 2027. So it will be knocked down. Will that be sad? Do you have feelings for buildings? You know what I mean? The odd is gone.
Yeah,
that obviously that stood there for 15 years.
Yeah,
20,
so we had time to get. You were like, it was time for that to go. Yeah,
you look at it every day and you're like,
this could get knocked down. Yeah.
The stadium.
It's very immediate.
Yeah,
it's going to be from like they were playing games into it until. And then you look across the street, and now it's like, wow, this is going to be gone very quickly.
How much does this season impact how you feel about 2027?
I don't think it will. Like I don't have as many members. You have generations of Bills fans. You have the Super Bowl fans of the 90s. They have their memories. You go all the way back to the 70s, of course, in the stadium. But for me, my greatest day in that stadium, the single greatest day, and I don't think the Bills could top it outside of winning the AFC Championship this year. If they don't do that in the stadium this year, my number one memory at the stadium is going to be the perfect game against the Patriots. If you were in the stadium for the Taron Johnson pick 6, I think that's a good nominee for this era.
Would agree.
But I don't know that they could possibly beat unless they... It's got to be a divisional round close win, which they just had against Baltimore. I don't think they will beat, without going to the Super Bowl in the win, the Patriots' perfect game for me. That'll be forever my memory at the old Highmark.
I think mine will be a Patriots game, but it will be 2011.
In week 4?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. That's a moment.
I also have bad moments. Like, very memorable, detrimental to my childhood. Stevie Johnson dropping the touchdown pass against Pittsburgh. That's a big one. I was sitting next to Steelers fans. That one didn't feel good. That was a bad one. Also Steelers. The Willie Parker game.
Willie freaking Parker, yeah.
I remember walking back to the Twin Oaks lot, asking my dad why, and he said, "Son, this is get used to it.
Yeah,
this is your intro to Heartbreak 101."
803-0550. We got a caller on hold. We'll get to John on the other side. Keep checking in with the chat, see how everybody's doing there. They give us content. We have a good time with it. Sunny, cold, April Fool's Day. We haven't got yet. We're not out to get you either. And has there even been a big story? Was this the day that Drew Brees pretended to get struck by lightning? Or was that just a random day where he was doing an ad for a casino? No? Nobody remembers that?
No.
You don't remember that?
No.
Go ahead and Google that.
All right.
Drew Brees struck by lightning. People believed that for a hot minute, that he actually got struck by lightning on camera. People believed that. All right, we're going to break in. Happy April Fool's Day. just the thing about Ayuk and the Niners, if he were a Bill, it wouldn't have gotten ugly. It's one of the things the Bills should get credit for. They don't let their players get to that spot. They just extend them.
Yeah.
They don't let it get ugly. James Cook is going to be a real test case for this. But on the rest of the core, Shakir's not a number one. It's not his job to be a number one. He's a really good slot receiver. That's his job. No Amari Cooper. The fact that Cooper's not signed by anyone, I think, tells you what he can do right now.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, if you listen to us for more than 10 seconds anytime in the last 3 years, you'll know I am also concerned about the receiver core and hope they add to it. I think Isaiah Bond is the answer here. I think Isaiah Bond is
talking about him dropping.
Good.
Some off-the-field concerns.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that. Seems to me like the right skill set. Would they take a chance there? 8030550. And how do they like the veterans in the room kind of thing? Their room is Shakir and Samuel and Claypool. Shakir and Samuel and Keon Coleman. I don't know. We'll see. And Josh Palmer, of course. Thanks for the phone call. 8030550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Yeah. And something else I was going to mention. What was it? Let's talk more about about the stadium.
Okay.
Getting knocked down. As one would likely expect. You don't have to have two stadiums next to each other like that. Jeremy and Nate here on WGR.
More of Jeremy and Joe coming up. Live from the Just Call
We're talking about that a little bit this morning on a sunny, chilly Tuesday. Bill COO Pete Gwelly says the plans for current Highmark to be torn down March of 2027. Hand up question. It's only half kidding and half let's get stupid. Can you guys ask for help like you ask for help shoveling? Can they just say, hey, show up with a sledgehammer and, take a swing. Just smash something. Would that be appealing to anybody out there? I imagine the tearing down of the stadium will take significantly less time than the building of a new one. March 2027. How many days?
Yes.
How many weeks? Weeks? Months? Hauling out all of the stuff? And, of course, part of the process is going to be buy stuff.
Yeah.
Buy a bleacher. A lot of bleachers that can go in a lot of sports caves.
Yep.
Can you buy your seat?
That would be cool. Actually, that would be really cool if you could buy your season ticket seat.
It would take a lot more time. Now you got to get that stuff out of there.
Didn't they do that with the Odd?
Oh,
I don't know. Yeah, they sold seats, but I don't think they sold them to season ticket holders. It just was like they auctioned them. Yeah. My buddy's dad has 4 seats against the wall in his pool room in his basement.
It's really cool.
It's cool. It's definitely cool.
I do that. It's my first day at work.
Turn
here.
your radio down.
I turn my computer up during the break so I can listen to stuff.
There's a lot of pressure.
I'm listening to interviews. I'm doing a lot of work here. Not really. Seats. How about an overhead heater? Can I have a heater? Imagine you have an outdoor patio and you install one of the heaters. Like, yeah, it's a heater. I'd
like one of the heaters
from the Kelly Club.
Yeah,
it's a Kelly Club heater.
I wonder because there's a lot of bench seating.
Yeah,
like there's not really a ton of the individual seats like there was at the Odd. I would like a jagged piece of bench,
a full bench.
Yeah, like a full row of bench.
How about turf? But not just turf. How about this is the square of grass that Taron Johnson's left foot was on when he caught the ball?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else is in the stadium that you could sell.
Yeah, besides seats and field.
The lights.
Urinals. Troughs.
I would like a trough.
How about a circular sink that says fully equipped with the words, do not urinate in sink? We're going to... Collector's item?
I also are they going to get rid of the hot dog rollers? Or you think those are getting transitioned? Yeah, they're probably getting sunset, would be my guess.
Yeah.
This is probably their last year in service. And then they slowly shut them down.
What else is there? Padding?
Yeah.
Padding around the outside. Get some of the padding.
Score clocks. I'll take a score clock.
What's the score?
Like the down clocks,
25, the play clock?
Play clock. We'll call it what it is, which is a play clock.
What's that over there? Oh, it's a play clock. And when watch this, push your hand up in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at that. It resets automatically. You do that, it's going to reset for you. What a feature of your man cave. Come on down. Let me show you the play clock.
Let me show you the play clock in the basement.
803-0550, our phone number. What else could they... Is it sad? It's probably on us. There are probably a lot of other things they could sell that we were just not thinking of. And we went to urinals pretty fast, and I don't think they'll actually do that.
I mean, I don't know if they're individual letters or if it's just one piece of plaque, but the name's in the Wall of Fame.
Right, because it will be a different kind of... It's not a wall or a ring this next time. It's going to be a Champions Plaza.
Yeah.
So for Tasker, they give him his name. Here.
Yeah, maybe.
It's been up in the state. Put it in your garage.
What about the flags of the different teams? How long have those been around? I think those are probably pretty old, those flags at the top of the stadium.
They get changed out every year?
I think it's of every team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. So many questions.
I'd like one of the lights. Maybe light the backyard up.
Maybe the full pole?
Full pole.
Okay. You see one giant 150-foot light structure.
Stuff from the locker room?
That's it's Nate's house. Aren't there rules against zoning? Then let it slide. How about a hand dryer?
Preservation board probably isn't going to be in for
They're
those.
not going to like that?
They're not going to like those. The hand dryers?
Yeah. Hand dryer.
Yeah. I don't know really.
Can I get a turnstile? The turnstile goes in your backyard because if you have a dog's probably not going out that turnstile, but you can. It's a perfect door.
Yeah.
And all right, now I'm on to something. Why don't we have that turnstile for our own backyards where you can't get in, but you can only get out? Is that not useful?
Yeah, I would think it is useful, yeah.
It's a security gate, but also if you're in the backyard, you need to go out front, boom, right through that little turnstile. Look at these ideas we're coming up with. We're getting places. I hope the Bills are listening to sell all these things.
Locker room stuff.
Yeah.
What are any viral moments that you can think of?
A few. I remember someone throwing something on the field. I remember someone falling out of the stands.
They confiscated that.
Confiscated the thing that was thrown on the field?
I wonder if maybe it's in like a lost and found somewhere.
I mean,
wow.
You want
what
that?
About the lost and found?
Are you interested in getting that?
Do you think that?
I mean,
somebody might be. I mean, it's a souvenir.
Mm-hmm.
What about like the lost and found? Do you think they just every year they dump it and throw it out and they start anew, or do you think they've got like legacy lost and found stuff?
It's a great question.
Just auction, like do it like Storage Wars on AMC.
All right.
You got to buy the locker. You don't know what's inside of it. You buy this bin. This is the 2004 lost and found bin. You can't see what's in it. Bid on it.
I think we're onto something here. I'm expecting a call from the Bills soon.
Yeah.
We need you guys to help brainstorm what we're going to sell as we rip this place down. But anyway, on memories, if you want to do that, I'm trying to think. I think the perfect game is going to be it for me. The best day ever there. The weather, the cold, the atmosphere. It was not just that they won a playoff game in front of a full house, by the way, for the first time, because the previous wins had been the COVID year.
Mm-hmm.
So that's packed stadium. It's the Patriots. It's Belichick.
It's literally the coldest day ever.
It's getting to snark them and Sun Tzu for 3 hours in a perfect game and saying things like, I was told the Patriots practiced outside.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a hater's finest hour. Your team was dominant. The belief was they were going to win the Super Bowl. They were perfect. And they beat the brakes off the old bad guys. Like, for me, that'll forever be the greatest day. That my best moment at that stadium is going to be the perfect game.
You know what sucks? There were several really solid moments in 2020 in that stadium. Like really good moments.
Oh, the COVID year? Like
the Rams game?
The Seattle game, the Ram game. Yeah.
There were great moments in that season. Obviously, we talked about the Taron Johnson play. There was great moments from that season. Nobody got to see live. It sucks. That Rams game would have been electric.
Yes.
Electric. Early in the season. That's a September game, right?
Yes. It's like week 4, week 3, 4 in that neighborhood.
And it was like kind of the Josh Allen. Yeah, that was like end of October. But that was the season Josh Allen became Josh Allen. And it sort of happens in that game where he throws for like 400 yards and Tyler Kroft catches a touchdown in the end zone.
Tyler Kroft. The OG everybody eats. Tyler Kroft.
The OG.
I'm going to text here. I want the whole tunnel. Please. You like that? I'll take the tunnel.
Yeah.
Just yeah.
A cast of the tunnel?
I want the tunnel at the stadium to go from my house to my garage. I'll walk out the tunnel.
Do you think they upgrade the
fire-breathing buffaloes? Are we on the same wavelength there? No, you're something else.
Those are gonna transition to the new stadium, I would bet.
Yeah?
Unless they have Yes.
All right.
Yeah, those are pretty new age. I was wondering, the field goal posts.
Those are new age?
The field goal posts.
I'd hate to see the old fire-breathing buffaloes.
Yeah.
The field goal posts, yes.
Are they, how often, do you swap them out every year? Do you get new ones? Or do you just throw a paint job on them every year? Like, are those the same ones from 1980? Or maybe there's new field goal post technology that comes out every year, like golf clubs, and you've got to get the new carbon ones because they're lighter and more wind efficient in the wind.
I'll go to the next step. Can you have field goal posts that have wind confusion on them, like the new stadium will? So the wind blows and it just doesn't. No, anyway, let's get a call in here. Stadium memories. The final year of the stadium, and part of the reason we got on this was there's a report. The NFL will have a triple header on Christmas, and I would say bet it that the Bills are going to play on Christmas. Just me. I know they played AFC last year, and maybe they could go NFC this year. It's very possible. But I just don't know how you don't get the Bills on either Black Friday or Christmas or Thanksgiving, I guess, for that matter. They're going to be on one of the holiday games, non-traditional games. They've ducked it for a couple of years. The last Thanksgiving game is Detroit, right? It went Dallas, New Orleans, and then Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the order? So
yes. No. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Detroit was 2 years ago. Not last year, the year before.
Correct.
They played Thanksgiving in Detroit, Allen to Diggs late.
Yep.
And they win.
That's the Von Miller game, too.
Right. Miller tears his ACL.
Yep.
Allen, unfortunately, forces the ball to Diggs there.
Mm-hmm.
And a big completion and a first down in the game-winning kick. You hate when they force the ball.
You really do.
Sorry. I can't resist those shots. Anyway, a holiday game. I think it's going to happen. I really do. Whether that's Christmas, Thanksgiving. Would you rather host Christmas or Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving's got to be prime time. Thanksgiving night or Christmas Day. You got to host one. Thanksgiving night's tough because then you're having you have an early enough dinner and the game's not.
I think Christmas is the answer.
You want Christmas?
I think so because you can still do your things in the morning.
Unless you're us and you're there for pregame.
Right.
It's fine.
I think Christmas. What I don't want is both again. We had Christmas Eve and Thanksgiving 2 years in a row.
That's right. Because the whole league went on Christmas Eve that year, right?
Yeah, because it's Sunday.
Yeah. Tony in West Seneca's up. Hey, Tony, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Wanted to share some memories of the very first few years at the stadium when it was called Rich Stadium. I went to all those games. The very first game against the Redskins, the preseason game, Washington ran the kickoff back. The very first home game was against the Jets. We beat Joe Namath 9-7. I can't believe we held them to 7 points. It was incredible. The very first Monday night game was against the Chiefs. We won that game 23-14. The next Monday night game was against the Raiders. The Raiders were virtually unbeatable on Monday nights. We beat them 21-20. Incredible game. I was there for all the O.J. Simpson games. I was in the front row on the 10-yard line. It's a shame what the man turned out to be, but he was an absolutely incredible football player. And I'm so blessed I got to see him play every single game in Buffalo. I thank my father still to this day for taking me to all those games. They were incredible. You know, the Bills weren't that good back then, but they did good at home. They won 5-2 the first year. They won 5-2 the second year. Then they started going down after that, and they were pretty bad after that. But, you know, Lou Saban got those guys to play ball, and I'm so blessed I got to see all those games. So those are my memories of the stadium. I know you guys are too young for any of that. And the urinal thing, oh, my God, I don't even want to talk about that. I remember walking into the bathroom for the first time. I was 14 years old, and I saw those guys standing around it, and I can't get that image out of my mind. It was just incredible. I taught my son about that, and we just cringe, you know?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Thanks for the phone call.
It's funny.
When are we going to see a rendering of the new bathrooms? That's a part of this, right? The new stadium's got all these features. What do the bathrooms look like? It's worth asking.
I would bet they're going to be pretty new school, pretty nice.
What's the most?
Who's to say?
This is ask an AI. What is the? Are stadiums still putting troughs in?
No,
that's what I'm.
That's an antiquated technology.
When is the most? You know how, like, on the Today Show, the oldest person alive or the last person to some... What is the last brand new trough to be installed is my question. Was a stadium built somewhere 2 years ago?
Yeah, I think what you have to find out is when did Big Urinal really take over, you know?
Right. Ceramics, whatever.
Big ceramics, yeah.
803-0550.
It is funny. He mentioned, like, you know, remembering the first time he walked into a Bills bathroom, like a stadium bathroom, and it being a very unique experience. I want to say that I probably felt the same. Like, this is weird. You just like you're not if you are. And again, I haven't been to a ton of other NFL stadiums, any other professional stadium, whether it's baseball, basketball, hockey, whatever, like I've never seen a bathroom setup such as Buffalo.
It's not different than the Carrier Dome. The Carrier Dome is...
Yeah?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah. A lot of that.
Yeah, nothing the Carrier Dome bathroom experience didn't really stand out to me. But you've spent a lot of time in the Carrier Dome.
Yes.
I've been to limited games there.
ChatGPT unfortunately does not have an answer for
the
your
most
question.
recent.
Wow.
But it
does say that modernization is taking them away.
Okay. ChatGPT might not have an answer. In the chat, the YouTube chat, we have an answer that Pittsburgh has troughs, and that was built in 2004.
Okay.
So not that long ago. I had something else on the stadium, on the new stadium. What was it? Oh, coming up this week, Friday, big ceremony, the final piece of steel goes in. So the actual building of the structure will be done this week, like the erecting of the structure. And, of course, there's so many more things still to happen. It looks like a stadium. I mean, obviously, it's looked like a stadium for a while, but, man, it's starting to come together. And now I feel like now the updates have to come on pictures on the inside, right? The drone footage, the shots over. Soon it's going to be about the exterior wall and features on the inside, maybe some sort of media to be released about the inside of it, things like that. Anyway. Anyway, that'll be exciting. Stadium's going to be knocked down March of 2027.
Still got plenty of time.
And I would think they can knock that down and do it between March and the start of the season. So,
you can have it as a parking lot?
Well, just traffic situations at the current stadium. I believe last time we talked about this with people from the Bills, this coming season will be the hardest of them in terms of how difficult it is on the traffic. And then after that, construction elements of it will be gone. The stadium will be open. It will be built. And if the new one's not being demolished till March, like, hey, we'll just get it done in the offseason, get out of the way. So I think that means this is the last season of really significant traffic restrictions due to a major construction project happening across the street. So
it'll be nice to have the dedicated lots back too. Like the RV lot back, which I assume they will be doing. Right?
I don't know about that.
No,
I don't know. Maybe I'm sure that the idea will come back. I mean, as someone who was in the RV lot for the last 5 or 6 years that it was there, we moved and we've found a home like everybody else with an RV has had to find private lots. I've never. I guess I should say it this way, Nate. I'll believe that there's an RV lot plan when I hear it.
Okay.
That's not to say that there won't be, but I don't know how they would do it, how it used to be done. It used to be that, and I think the price at the time was $1,000 for the season, or $100 a game, something like that. $100 a game for an RV spot, which was a tremendous deal. It was very close to the stadium. The RV lot was a way of life. Once we jumped into that, it was amazing. And it almost feels like a deal that's going to be way too good to be true in the new stadium. I don't know how. Would it be far away? And the RV lot used to have no business being as good as
it was.
You can sleep here for 2 nights.
Yep.
And you're right next to the stadium.
Right.
I don't know how that comes back. If it comes back, is it the same size, but it's $500 a game now? Is it?
Yeah, right.
I don't know. And
so you think the RV lot as it was will very likely not be the same.
And there's also
experience.
The element of the RV goer. The RV goer used to come into town and sleep in the parking lots, and that was part of the appeal of everything, the character of the stadium.
Yeah.
And now that person's paying, obviously, a PSL and a more expensive ticket, and maybe RVing is not a cheap hobby. Like, everything adds up. It gets expensive. So we'll just go into town and go to the game. Is it different because of that? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. I wonder how the Bills are studying that, what the latest is on that. They could say that the plan is to bring it back. I just don't know what capacity it would come back in. So, we'll see. We'll see. I'm hopeful because that was a great time, and you met a lot of great people in the RV lot. And the night before a game in September, it was electric. The night before, the night after a Sunday night game, when you could just hang in the lot and wait it out, watching a late game. I love the RV life. We still do it, again, in a private lot, and lots of people still do. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. All right, when we get back, we'll check in on what's going on in the chat, and I will make good on my promise, because if I don't, the chat's going to come for me. I have to tell them a story I promised I would tell about chicken coop. About a chicken coop. Yep, that's coming up.
Jimmy Vaughn. Vaughn? I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. We're also on Twitch. Should we check that chat every once in a while? We probably should.
I think it doesn't all get.
I don't think so.
No?
It's all separate entities.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's a separate chat.
Stream us on Twitch. Stream us on YouTube. What's going on in the chat? Here we go. The chicken coop story is coming, among other things. So what's going on in the chat? They're sharing stadium memories, as we have done a little bit today. They're also talking about nice new stadiums, like which ballpark is the best, atriums, concourses, all that good stuff. Speaking of that, Nate, you've been to Notre Dame?
I have.
I'm going to say this. I've agreed to terms to go to Notre Dame this year.
Ooh.
Syracuse plays Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So
we are talking about that.
Yeah, we have a bunch of friends. We've not pen to paper. We don't have tickets yet, but we have a way to get tickets.
Yep.
We have looked at Airbnbs, like, going to go to Notre Dame and go see Syracuse at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So I've not been to that stadium. Nice, beautiful, amazing.
It's
hallowed ground.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not just because it's Notre Dame.
No.
Like if it were anybody's stadium, you'd say it was great.
I think if you're going to really go, you should get the campus tour.
I have walked the campus before.
Okay, and then they do a stadium tour the day before the game. You should do that.
Yeah.
When I went was right after the renovations. There's gold-plated walls with alumni and just it was the first place that I have been to in a stadium where it was sort of like I could feel the history, kind of. The only other place that I really felt that was in Fenway, when I went to Fenway, where it was like, man, where I'm standing, I know someone famous and 18, it's just like the history, the gravity, it hits you when you're in that stadium, but how cool post renovations it is. It's one of the coolest stadiums that I've ever stepped foot in. It's super cool. And you should, usually before home games, they do I bet you they'll do it for Syracuse. They do a golf scramble the day before at Warren Golf Club, which is where the Senior U.S. Open is every 5 years on campus. Go do that too. Who
gets to play in that?
You sign up as long as it's not full. You reach out to Warren Golf Club. They usually run a pregame scramble.
Really?
Yeah. And night games they do it day of, early morning, but you should do it the day before.
It is going to be late November.
Yeah, it's Indiana. It'll be cold.
Yeah,
it'll be cold.
NFL owners have passed a rule that both teams will be allowed to possess the ball in overtime in the regular season. So the playoff format is now a regular season format. No more touchdown equals game over in regular season, but does not mean that in the playoffs. So they've adopted. It's a longer overtime. It is a 10-minute overtime, but each team will get a chance to touch the ball. So expanded replay assist has also passed. That's from Ian Rappaport. Okay, here's your quick chicken coop story.
Chicken coop.
So how did a chicken coop story come up? They're talking about eggs in the chat. Who knows? These people,
sure.
They're wonderful people.
Eggflation, I get
they
it.
love everything, yes.
Yeah.
And one of the suggestions in the eggflation time of our lives is get a chicken coop. Have your own. You can get your own eggs.
That's right.
So we had friends that had a chicken coop in their yard in the city of Buffalo, in North Buffalo. And they had chicken coop and they had chickens in their backyard. And oh yeah, look at that. They are doing exactly what was suggested. You have
they make eggs
all the time. So they went into town for a couple of days, and I was one that was asked to keep an eye, go over there.
Watch the chicken coop.
Feed the chickens, go and put some food in. They'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. And, they're chickens. They don't really go anywhere. So my buddy left we let them run the yard sometimes. It's fine if they're, left in the yard. It's no big deal. They run around the yard. Okay, all right, great. So I go over that day when I'm assigned to go feed the chickens.
Yeah.
And I walk in the backyard and I I don't see chickens walking around the yard. All right. It's weird. And I peek back behind where the coop is, like, are they sleeping? Where is everybody? Supposed to be a couple of chickens here just walking around.
Was there only 2 chickens?
I believe there was 2.
Okay.
And I'm going to go fill the feed and stay away from them because birds.
Yeah.
Birds are herky-jerky.
Yes.
Who gets close to birds?
Right.
One lands.
No smart person does. Yeah.
Right. So,
I don't know bird law. But
I don't know. Chicken's not exactly an animal you want to cuddle.
Yeah,
if it was
right.
a dog or a cat, like, hey, come on over here, buddy. I'm not doing that with a chicken. And like, man, where are they? And then I get the sense of like this. Oh, where are they?
Yeah.
It's quiet. Did they fly? Did they escape?
You're right. They're not really birds of flight.
No.
But they can get air.
So, where are they? And then I start looking around the yard. Like, there's some feathers here. There's some more feathers over here. Oh, there's some more feathers over here. Oh. And I start to look a little more. And sure enough, what's that under a bush over there? Oh, that is formerly a chicken. And there's another one that, yes, that also was at one point
a chicken.
And is no longer a chicken. And the deduction is, like, my friends, they had dogs, but the dogs went with them. So all they had was chickens in a yard, roaming the yard, unprotected by dogs, birds of prey. So that was
bird on bird crime.
So that was the end.
That's bird on bird crime.
That was the end of the chicken.
But do we know for sure it was birds of prey?
I mean, what is the next? Could it have been what, a bear?
Well, I was thinking like maybe a coyote.
Okay,
but like if it was a coyote, the coyote's not leaving the chicken with it. Like you're going to kill the chicken to take the chicken.
Not just that, but like who's doing an advanced scouting mission that can see these chickens are available?
Yeah, true.
I mean, that's where the edge goes to a hawk. So yeah, so that's my chicken coop story.
That's tough.
I hope it's not disappointing to the chat. That's the chicken coop story.
So
raccoons?
You get to this realization. And you now have to break the news to your friends who are traveling.
Yeah, I got here and
they're dead.
It's a scene. Yeah. There's been an incident.
We got to rope off the backyard. I assume they acquired more chickens.
I don't know. I think that might have been the end of it.
Yeah,
for a while. The chat says raccoons and coyotes absolutely scout the areas. I'm telling you, if you've been
in North Buffalo,
you try to tell me a coyote is scouting my yard, you're out of your mind. So was it walking on top of garages? Come on. Coyotes, they scout areas? Yeah, right. They scout areas. They're not looking at my kid's trampoline.
Yeah, probably not. Timing out when you walk in and out of the backyard.
Foxes?
Yeah, foxes are pretty small.
It was a bird, guys. There's big, huge birds. No?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'll get back to some phone calls here. Josh in Syracuse.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks
Josh.
for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Hey, quick memory history on the old stadium. I proposed to my wife as well, September 24th, 2006, and against the Jets, and we won pretty well. That was back when the Jills were still there. I did not propose the way that I wanted to, but it still happened, and we got married 3 days later, and then a week later I was off to Iraq. So it was pretty short honeymoon, but we enjoyed it and been Bills fans ever since 90s. And I think it's a great idea for them to sell off the stuff, and that could even help pay for the new stadium with less funds needed.
What's it? What are you saying? What pays for it? The selling of stuff?
Yeah, auctioning off.
Auctioning off all the bleachers, and then absolutely all the locker room stuff would be crazy. And the lost and found idea is absolutely hilarious, and I 100% agree with that.
Right. Thanks, Josh. Proposed at the stadium. I wonder how many. I wonder the total number on proposals at the stadium. That'd be a thing for the Bills to reach out. Like, hey, Bills Mafia, if you did it, let us know. the final tail of the tape on the stadium would be proposals.
Marriages, or
touchdowns,
proposals.
proposals. Not many marriages. Wedding pictures, though. I think they probably do wedding pictures at midfield.
Yep, they definitely
do. My buddy got married, and they got the reception was in Cincinnati, and we did pictures at midfield at the Bengals Stadium a long time ago. Thanks, Josh. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
No specifics on this, but NFL owners have now approved proposals to expand the league's replay assist system, which I assume means they can overturn calls or flags that have been thrown.
That's right. That's picking up a flag if one was thrown for face mask and it was missed.
Yeah.
That wasn't a face mask. From what I understand, it's only going to go one way and not the other. Replay assist will not go back in time and say that should have been a penalty. They'll just pick up a flag if it was clearly a wrong call, which I support.
I do too. I think they should get it right if they get it wrong.
I do not think that anybody wants, and I live in this on the top floor of this building. I do not want any scenario where more things are stopping action to be reviewed to make sure everything was fine. It is one of the worst things to happen to sports. It ruins almost every sporting event that we watch. And you want to go back and tell me that shouldn't have been a flag? That's okay. The flag had already stopped the game. So get that right.
Yeah.
But don't stop a game and try and find a holding penalty. I'm not interested in that. Detroit's proposal to eliminate an automatic first down as a penalty imposed for defensive holding or illegal contact did not pass, as it should not have. It's a very drastic, game-changing thing, and I had no interest in that, so I'm glad that didn't change either. 10 minutes overtime. Okay.
Yeah, they don't want ties. I mean, the league shouldn't want ties.
They stayed close to it. I mean, to have both teams guaranteed a possession.
Yeah, might.
In 10 minutes, you could get touchdown, and then the second team's going to decide if they're going to go for two.
Yeah, I would think this might create more ties.
I think the math of it creates more ties.
Yeah.
As it is now, a touchdown won you the game. Now a touchdown means the other team
gets a chance to tie it.
And then that team has to decide how much time is left. My guess is, it depends. You want to play for a tie? There's 12 seconds left. If you score the touchdown, they get the ball. There's a minute left. You score a touchdown, they get the ball. You might as well go for two. Unless you are happy with a tie, thinking you can hold them off the board for that minute or two.
Yeah.
I think what we will see is potentially an uptick in the number of times that teams go for two and the win at the end of overtime. Because let's say it's Bills, and pick any team you want. The Jets, Bills, Jets. We're in overtime. Jets score a touchdown. Bills score a touchdown. Do you want to give the ball back to the Jets with 42 seconds left? And again, the best case scenario is you tie.
Yeah.
And they get a chance to go for the win unless you turn them over. Or do you just say, let's go win this game with Josh Allen on a 2-yard play? Flip it around. You're the Jets. There's 42 seconds left. Do I want to give the ball to Josh Allen in a tie? Or do I want to go for two?
I don't love that they put this into the regular season.
I don't mind it. I just think 15 minutes should have been the number instead of 10. But, All right, Extendo Sports coming up. We'll then pass things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show, getting rule changes from the NFL. Looks like the Tush Push vote has been tabled, so no news expected there, which is too bad. We could have had that news today. These votes happen early. I'll tell you, these owners are up early doing stuff.
They are. They really are. On a Tuesday. Sale joined us at 6:30.
He did.
And he sounded more awake than we did.
803-0550. Coming up today, by the way, on the afternoon show, I want to tell you, Carlin Hartman, associate head coach at Florida, will be joining the show at 4:30 today. So Florida, of course, on to the Final Four. And, the Final Four goes this weekend, Saturday and Monday. Exciting stuff. So there you go. 4:30 today. Grand Island's own Carlin Hartman of the Florida Gators. They play Auburn at 6:09 on Saturday. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe. Extendo Sports next.
All the sports, music, news,
All right. What do we got coming up today? Sabres and Senators. Ottawa going to the playoffs. You can pretty much book that. They have a 7-point lead on the second wild card with 9 to play. Sabres did beat them last time they played. But anyway, 7 o'clock tonight in Ottawa for that. Other notes. For those of you out there that love the alternate jersey kind of stuff, I was noticing, I forget which tournament, must have been the NIT, that Joe and I sometimes argue, Nate, about whether or not people can call the Sabres the Sabes.
Oh, yeah. It's not an argument.
Right. Of course they can.
I do. I actively do all the time.
Sabes.
Yeah.
He claimed to never have heard that before. Anyway, I'm not saying that we'll get a jersey that says Sabes on it, but it wouldn't be so bad. And I saw, while I was on vacation, Loyola Chicago basketball.
Yeah.
They are the Ramblers. They have a jersey set, uniforms, Blurs. The Blurs. Apostrophe B-L-E-R-S.
How do you spell Sabes?
S-A-B.
Apostrophe S?
I mean, I don't know that.
Because I don't like the E there.
That is the one roadblock. Of course,
Sabes can't be S-A-B-E-S.
I tend to agree.
Can't be. I think it has to be S-A-B apostrophe S.
Then that's like Sabs.
It's like Sabs.
And that's no good. Or Sobs. So I think it has to be S-A-B-E-S.
It just
I think it has to be.
It doesn't sit right with me.
Yeah. Because then it just looks like you forgot a letter.
Yeah.
I get it. That's the one roadblock. I'll concede that. Anyway, the Loyola Chicago Blurs. Then you want to go with the Rams? Rams. Yeah, they're the Blurs.
It's definitely the spelling of the Sabes. That's going to be something I take home with me tonight, and maybe we're going to workshop that and come back tomorrow.
I'm excited for that. Let me know how it goes.
We'll use ChatGPT.
All right, we're back tomorrow. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast joins us tomorrow. We'll continue to dig into the draft, of course. Sal Capaccio wrapping up owners' meetings. We'll see who his availability is tomorrow. They've been super busy down there. NFC Coaches Breakfast today. Anyway, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way. Thanks for calling, texting, listening, chatting, watching, all that good stuff. Enjoy your Tuesday.